The zoning board of adjustment of the township of Bloomfield is now in session for the regular meeting of December 9th, 2021. Notice of the time, date, location, and agenda of this meeting to the extent then known was provided at least 48 hours prior to the commencement of this meeting in the following manner pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 231 of the Law of 1975, also known as the Open Public Meetings Act. 1, by posting such notice on the bulletin board of the municipal building, and 2, by mailing such notices to the offices of the Independent Press, the Bloomfield Life, and the Star Ledger. Due to the ongoing pandemic and in an effort to prevent further spread of COVID-19, this meeting will be held remotely. The public has been invited to attend by accessing the meeting either by telephone or video link. Meeting is also available for viewing on Channel 35 Comcast, Channel 30 Verizon, or streaming live on Facebook Live or the Township website, www.bloomfieldtownshipnewjersey.com. Public is invited to participate via Zoom by accessing the website link or calling the telephone number. Meeting ID is 869-5066-3050, passcode 950524. If you'd like to review any of the application materials or have any questions, please contact the board secretary, Nicole Cosenza, and Cosenza at bloomfieldtownshipnewjersey.com, or telephone 973-680-4012. And with that, Ms. Cosenza, please call the roll.
Okay, Ms. Brown?
Present.
Mr. Johnson?
Present.
Mr. Prince?
Present.
Mr. Balnicki?
Present.
Mr. Wagner?
Present.
Ms. Nazarian?
Present.
Chairman Machowski?
Present.
I'm just going to call Ms. Hilaire to make sure. Ms. Hilaire? Okay, not yet. Ms. Hilaire is supposed to be in attendance. I am waiting to hear back and hoping she signs on shortly.
All right. And also in attendance is the board's attorney, Mr. Rubin, the board's engineer, Mr. Marucci, and Mr. Martini, I believe, representing the Nishaling Group. And do we have Brightview with us?
Yes, they're here. John Jar is here for them today.
Mr. Jar is here. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. And in connection with the roll call, just let me remind everyone that the following terms are expiring, and it's necessary that you please contact the township clerk and indicate whether you're interested in being renewed or you're interested in retiring. And that would be Mr. Johnson, Mr. Balnicki, and myself. With that said, we move on to item 2, which is communications. We have 4 requests for adjournment tonight, board. Old business 7A, which is 65 Park Avenue, map 11, block 349, lot 3. We have an email letter from Mr. Betteri. He's requesting an adjournment to January 27th, 2022 meeting. No reason given. He's waiving time constraints and requests that no further notice be required. Any discussion, board? I hear no one. May I have a motion, please, to adjourn 65 Park to the regular meeting of January 27th, 2022?
So moved.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Balnicki moved it. Ms. Nazarian seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? I hear no one opposed. 65 Park is adjourned to 27th of January, 2022. Is there anybody here this evening regarding 65 Park? I hear no one.
No, I don't see any hands up either, Chairman.
No further notice is required. That brings us to the second adjournment request of this evening, and that would be item 7D on the agenda. And that is map 3, block 20, lot 19, better known as 58 or 34 Bloomfield Avenue. I have a letter from Mr. Mariansky dated 12/7. Revised plans apparently are not ready yet, and requests an adjournment to January 27, 2022 2 meeting, waiving time constraints and requesting no further notice be required. Any discussion, board? I hear no one. Is there any member of the public here regarding this application? I hear no one. May I have a motion, board, to adjourn 58, also known as 34 Bloomfield Avenue, to the regular meeting of January 27, 2022. No further notice.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
Mr. Johnston moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Wagner seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? I hear no one opposed. 58, also known as 34 Bloomfield Avenue, is adjourned to the regular meeting of January 7, 2022 at 7 p.m. No further notice is required. The next one is map 26, block 627, lot 85, better known as 336-344 Hoover Avenue. We have a letter from the firm of Gassion Pamaco dated 12/7/2021. They request adjournment to January 27th regular meeting, waiving time constraints, and request that no further notice be required. Is there any discussion, board?
Yes,
hear
I
no
think,
one.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Belnicki, Nicole, I think this was referred to in the letter as 328 Hoover Avenue.
I'm sorry, say that again, Mr. Balnicki?
In the letter, the attorney's letter was referred to as 328 Hoover Avenue.
I think that was just a typo.
Okay.
It is 336-344 Hoover Avenue.
Map 26, block 697, lot 85.
Correct.
Any other discussion, board? So with that correction that's noted, that Mr. Belnicki noted to the request, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Mr. Wagner moves. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr.
Second.
Chairman.
Mr. Prince seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? I hear no one opposed. 336, 334 Hoover Avenue is adjourned to January 27th, 2022. And the last one we have is map 11, block 252, lot 1, and block 251, lot 5, better known as 147 Broad Street and 67 Park Place. We have a CSG letter dated 12/8, authored by Lisa John Basta, and requesting adjournment to 1/27/2022, waiving time constraints, requesting no further notice be required. Any discussion, board? I hear no one. May I have a motion to adjourn that application to January 27th, please?
So moved.
Mr. Belnicki moves. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Ms.
Zarian.
Zarian. Mr.
Yep.
Zarian seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? I hear no one opposed. Therefore,
There might be people signed on for this one.
is there anyone present today at the meeting that wishes to be heard? No one?
No, okay.
For clarification, sorry, for clarification purposes, this refers to the Church on the Greens application. Is that better known as the on the Green? So there, okay.
Church on the Green is a co-applicant along with the firm that wishes to put in the daycare use. Yes.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
So no further notice is required. And I just want to make it clear, this is the legal notice of the adjournment, and there'll be no further mailings or publications. All right.
Mr. Chairman, on new business H, 21 Sherman Court.
We got
I emailed you guys on that one.
Yeah. Okay, so that's not on the agenda then.
No, they didn't publish.
Okay.
So
I sent out a new, you
Got it.
should have gotten a new agenda.
Got it.
All right, perfect.
did we have a motion to adjourn?
I
If
don't
not,
know.
I'll make a motion.
Wait a minute,
All
motion to adjourn the park, the Church on the Green?
Yeah.
Yes, we did that already. It was Mr. Balnicki moved it, Ms. Nazarian seconded, and everybody was in favor.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that 147 Broad 67 Park is then adjourned to January 27th. All right. Thank you. Let's see. That takes care of the adjournments. Resolutions is next. Board, the 2020 annual report to the governing body and planning board was distributed in advance for your review in draft form. Is there any discussion regarding this report?
To go for it.
Anyone?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Go ahead, Mr. Rubin.
first of all, I apologize for not getting to the board sooner on this. My suggestion is that rather than begin a discussion on changes or proposed changes to make the word, that we add an item to agenda, either the first meeting in January where the reorganization meeting, we can have that discussion, or some future time. And then I will take that information and promptly prepare the 2021 report and incorporate those ideas into that. Assuming I'm reappointed, of course.
Assuming we're all reappointed.
Mhm.
Any discussion, board?
I think that sounds like a good idea, since
If one
I don't
board
think most of us
might be resigning,
have had a chance to go through it.
do you want to get on that board, question mark?
Sounds like a plan. Good.
All right. And therefore, may I have a motion to approve the 2020 report, please?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Prince moves. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard Ms. Nazarian was the first voice I heard. Ms. Nazarian seconds. Please poll the board.
Okay. All right. Ms. Brown? Ms. Brown?
He's muted.
I'm asking her to unmute. Okay, so I'm going to move on. Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Prince?
Yes.
Mr. Balnicki?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Nazarian?
Yes.
Chairman Machowski?
Yes.
Ms. Brown, are you there?
I am here. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So that is moved.
So the resolution is approved. The 2020 report, please send it to the governing body and the planning board. Thank you, Ms. Cosenza.
No problem.
And we move on to the last item under 2. It's minutes. We have no minutes this evening to consider, board. Item 3 on the agenda is upcoming applications to consider for review by the board's professional planner or the board's traffic engineer. We have no such applications tonight to consider. Item 4 is discussion to returning to in-person meetings. We've been on remote meetings since approximately July of 2020. And in view of the continuing pandemic and variants thereof, board, what's your opinion? Should we continue to meet on the Zoom meetings and stay remote? I might mention that the state legislature recently passed legislation that sanctions these remote meetings. They have removed the possibility of an appeal based on the fact that the meetings are held remotely instead of in person, starting in March of 2020, and with it's open-ended at this point. So the legislature has effectively sanctions Zoom meetings of land use boards like ours. Any discussion, board?
I think we might consider extending the Zoom meetings through February, let's say,
Mhm. Is that
I
something
agree.
that,
and then reevaluate it.
all right,
And
Can I
Mr.
just
Chairman,
make one suggestion?
yep,
I
Go
think that
ahead.
the reorganization meeting should be held remotely, and it should be reevaluated then.
all right. So that would be in January, probably. or
Yeah,
February.
January 7th, is it, Nicole?
No, we have a
Um,
meeting on the 6th and the 27th, and quite frankly, the 6th is probably never going to happen because we're never going to have reappointments done on time. We never do.
Well, maybe we'll be lucky this year. So
We
if we
could try, yeah,
can,
we could put it on for the 6th. If not, then you guys let me know.
well, the first meeting in January we'll do remotely and let's just revisit it then. Because we may have a new board and they should have the right to speak to it.
All right, so that would be January 6th.
Or the 27th if the 6th doesn't happen because we don't have sufficient members.
Okay, you got it. That's up to you guys.
I leave it to you, but that would be my
That's-
suggestion.
It's pretty
It's a new
fair, I think.
board, It's a new year. Let's,
All right.
when we reconstitute, we may come to the same decision, but at least let's address the new board.
All right, so what we'll say then, I would suggest a motion board that we remain on remote meetings through the reorganization meeting, whenever that is. It may be in January, maybe in February. It's been in February before. May I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion.
All right, is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Ms. Nazarian seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing no one opposed, motion carries. Will remain on remote meetings through and including the reorganization meeting, whenever that is. All right. Next item is 5. Agenda is concerning the withdrawal of 71 Locust Avenue. We have in our hands a letter from the firm of Wiles, Jaworski, and Liebman, authored by James Delia, the attorney representing the applicant. It's block 152, lot 10, more commonly known as the former Peerless Tube Building on Locust Avenue. They are withdrawing their application without prejudice, no reason given. Any discussion, board?
Mr. Chairman, I just kind of want to be clear on this. Even though they are withdrawing their application, does that mean that the prior approval of this application would still stand?
Mr. Rubin is
Yeah,
the one to answer that, unless the
Subject
time is
to-
expired.
subject to whatever variance expirations there are, and then subject to the Permit Extension Act that exists today. And I'm not gonna, I can't even offer an opinion on that as it's applied to this particular application, but that's something that we'd have to figure out.
Okay, thank you.
I have a motion, board, to dismiss without prejudice the application of 71 Locust Avenue.
So moved.
Mr. Belnicki moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Nazarian seconds. Let's pull the board on this one, please.
Okay. Ms. Brown? Ms. Brown? Mr. Johnson?
Yes,
Mr. Prince?
Yes.
Mr. Balnicki?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Nazarian?
Yes.
Chairman Machowski?
Yes.
So moved.
Ms. Brown didn't vote?
I'm
is
here.
that right?
Yes.
Oh, there. Ms. Brown, yes?
I'm sorry with the phone. It's giving me trouble.
Okay.
That was a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, the motion carries. So 71 Locust Avenue is withdrawn and dismissed without prejudice. That brings us to item 6. We have received a letter from Ms. Hilaire dated December 1st, 2021, and she wishes to resign from the board due to the press of other commitments of business and personal commitments, effective December 17th. Any discussion, board? May I have a motion to accept the resignation, Ms. Hilaire?
So moved.
Mr. Wagner moves it. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
second, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Prince seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? Hearing no one opposed, the resignation of Ms. Hilaire is accepted by the board effective December 17th, 2021. Please let Ms. Cosenza, please let the clerk know that we have another vacancy.
I did.
Thank you. And let's see, that takes care of, I think, all of the bookkeeping and administrative matters tonight. So that we move down to old business. 7A has already been adjourned, moves us to 7B.
And
Seven.
Miss Hilaire is still not signed on, so I don't know if you want me to take a second, mute myself and try calling her. She didn't answer my text.
Hmm.
And we need her for the first application.
Why don't we hear from the attorney for the applicant? That knowing that he has 6 members present at this time.
Okay,
And who is that again?
Mr.
Mr.
Kiai.
Kiaya,
Mr. Kiai?
Hi, Chair. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. We have only 6 qualified members on this.
I am-
And it's customary, if you request an adjournment, we will adjourn. The other
Or
possibility,
we can wait. I guess she has not responded to Nicole's text. Is that correct, Nicole?
That's correct.
So we can wait and we can take another application before yours and you can wait. You can try that. We apologize. We had every confirmation that we would have 7 people here tonight. 7 qualified members, 8 members, 7 who could hear your application.
Yeah, we actually wouldn't mind waiting a little while. It appears Mrs. Hilaire intended to be here because she's not resigning until effective the 17th of December. And but honestly, if she's not going to be here and we're 6, I would want to adjourn.
all right. So what we can do is, if you're agreeable, we'll move on to the second application and then see what happens.
Okay, then.
All
Chairman,
right.
can I just ask a quick question?
Sure.
I have a couple people that have signed on and I need to find out who they are. Can I do that real quick before you start?
Sure.
Okay, there's somebody signed on with 973-207-3310. I need to have a name. If I don't have a name, I'm gonna have to kick you off the meeting at some point here. 973-207-3310. I'm hitting the ask to unmute button so you can speak to us. Can I have your name, please?
Hi, this is Abigail Acevedo.
Abigail's. Oh, okay. Did you signed off and signed back on? Oh, no, wait. Oh, I don't. Oh, okay. No, I'm sorry. All right. So can you spell your last name, please?
Sure, it's ACE-V as in Victor, EDO.
Okay. Let me just rename this. Okay. And I have somebody signed on. Hold on, let me get there. I have 2 people signed on. Oh, I'm sorry, just one now. Mark, I need to know a last name.
Heter, Heter.
Heter. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, Chairman, you can go.
So we'll defer 7B and move on to 7C. Let's see. And Mr. Balnicki is participating in this one, that correct?
Correct.
All right. It's the application of 125 Broughton Avenue LLC as applicant and owner for preliminary and final major site plan approval, a conditional use variance, bulk variances, and any such other reliefs may be required from the zoning ordinance Township of Bloomfield to construct a 2-story addition to an existing building to create a mixed-use building with commercial use on the ground floor and 4 new apartment units on the 2nd and 3rd floors in a neighborhood business B2 zone on the premises known as map 30 block A23 lot 4, 5, and 6 better known as 125 Broughton Avenue. And I believe Mr. Mariansky is representing the applicant.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mark Mariansky on behalf of the applicant. I received a text from our engineer that he's about 20 minutes away from being available on a Zoom, but we'll proceed. What I can do is I have our architect and planner, Mr. Mileto, who I hope is on board.
Okay,
And then we'll go to him and then back to the engineer for the site plan and then back to Mr. Mileto for planning, if that's acceptable.
that's acceptable.
Mr. Mileto is signed on. I see him.
Okay.
So go ahead, Mr.
All right.
Mariansky.
So this is an application for preliminary and final major site plan approval and a D3 conditional use variance for the proposed density, which does not meet the conditional use standard of 25 units per acre. And we also are seeking C variance approval for the total lot coverage. The applicant, we submitted just recently the site plan. We made revisions and submitted a site plan as per the recommendation of Mr. Marucci. The site plan, which included the existing conditions on the site, the proposed parking layout, lighting, landscaping, drainage, and construction details for the sidewalk and the driveway apron improvements. Hopefully, the board has had the opportunity to review those plans, because that's what we'll be referring to with the engineer. The zoning detail legend on the site plan also corrects a few errors that were in the original submission with respect to the zoning information. Specifically, the lot coverage has been corrected to show that we're proposing 93.5% total lot coverage, which we require a variance for. The existing lot coverage is 100%, which is permitted in the B2 zone, but because we're proposing residential, that reduces the maximum to 90%, and we exceed that. That's shown on the current site plan. And the proposed number of parking spaces, which we are now showing as 8 spaces, complies with the zoning ordinance requirements for the B2 zone. Our original submission showed that we needed a parking variance, but that's not the case. And the other variance being sought, as I mentioned, was the D variance for the density of 38 units per acre proposed rather than the 25 units per acre that is permitted. And as I said, we'll skip over our engineer to refer to the site plan at the moment and go to Mr. Mileto, who is doing double duty on this application as architect and professional planner. I'd like to call Mr. Mileto.
All right, let's swear him in.
Okay, Mr. Mileto, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Help me God.
Mr. Mileto, could you give the board some of your qualifications? We're starting out as an architect, but you might as well do both architect and planner if you would.
Okay. I'm a registered architect in the state of New Jersey. My license is current. I continue to practice full time. I was licensed in 1974 and have continuously practiced this architecture since that time in both residential, commercial, institutional. And I've appeared before this board a few times, as well as many other zoning and planning boards throughout the state of New Jersey, and been qualified as a registered architect.
The board has accepted Mr. Mileto, I believe, as an architect, an expert in the area of architecture and professional planning. On previous applications, I request that the board accept him at this time.
All right, is your professional planning license also current, Mr. Mileto?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Any discussion, board? The board will accept Mr. Mileto as a professional architect and a professional planner.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mileto, you were retained by the applicant to prepare the floor plans and the elevation drawings that were submitted with this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you also, in connection with your work on the project, visit the site and familiarize yourself with the subject property as well as the surrounding area?
Yes.
And you're also familiar with the Bloomfield zoning ordinance and master plan as they relate to this application?
Yes.
All right, then we're going to begin with your architectural hat on, and could you describe for the board the interior layout of the existing building on the property, and the proposed use for the second and third floors that we're proposing.
Yes, thank you.
I confirm.
Currently,
Oh.
somebody say something? Oh,
Yeah,
currently,
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, do we need to mark the floor plans and elevation drawings? It's one sheet. Can we mark it A1?
yes.
One.
Okay.
Nicole, do you want to bring them up? Do you have them?
No, you guys have to share screen. I don't have the capacity to do that here.
Uh-oh.
That's always been the case with the Zoom meetings. I can't share. I don't have the capacity to do that. I don't
Okay.
have all the plans via email, and I can't scan them in myself.
Okay, we'll do without it.
Wait a second. Are you asking that we rely on the full-size plans that were submitted because you don't intend to share your screen? If that's okay, if that's what you're gonna do.
Mr. Mileto, can you do
You
the,
can't, if you can't technologically share your screen, we're not gonna penalize you for that.
Mr. Mileto, can you do that? Can you do the screen sharing or
I'm
no?
sorry, I'm not able to do that. I don't know how.
Then
I've
we'll have to
never done
rely
it.
on the plans, the large plans that were submitted.
Yes. We submitted 10, 15 copies, large set for all the board members, and they should be on file at City Hall.
So we'll need to know what date and what revision date we're looking at, because I have more than one.
Well, he's only going to be referring to the original submitted sheet. It's one sheet. Proposed addition and alteration for 125 Broughton Avenue LLC.
So it's,
And this will be marked A1.
this is
sheet
the
one.
dated 18 June 2021, no revision, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Mileto, again, if you could refer to those plans and describe the existing floor plan of the existing building and what's being proposed.
Yes, the existing building currently on the site is a one-story commercial vacant building. And my charge was to put an addition on the second level and third level of the building within this footprint completely. There are no additional additions to the footprint. It's the same size as the existing building, except for the two added levels above. The two added levels are same layout. They each have a 2-bedroom unit and a 1-bedroom unit in them, a stairway leading to both units at the side of the building. And they exist as each bedroom in the 2-bedroom units are 10 by 10 and 13 by 13. The living area is 17.6 wide. It has a kitchen, dining, and living area. 2 bathrooms in each unit. 2 walk-in closets. The 1-bedroom unit has a single bedroom, living room, and dining kitchen area, as well as closets and 2 bathrooms each. So they're both the same, both levels. They have adequate square footage to comply with the ordinances in town.
What is the square footage? What is the square footage of each apartment?
The 2-bedroom unit has 838 square feet, and the 1-bedroom unit has 664 square feet. That's the net area inside the building.
And the commercial space is about 1,500 square feet. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, continue.
So that the exterior of the building, then go to the exterior, the lower level, the first floor level of the commercial area. We do not have a tenant yet for it. It's vacant space, but our proposal would be to include a permitted use on that, in that space. The exterior is treated with vinyl siding on the upper 2 levels, a stucco and stone veneer on the first level, a complete new roof, all new materials, all new building, new windows, doors. It will be a greatly improved building over what's certainly there now. I think that's the bottom line. I don't think there's anything else that, unless there's questions.
Well, they were addressing a few of the points raised in the board's experts' reports. Is there any proposed partial demolition of the existing building with this application?
No, just the, no is the answer. The roof material would be removed that's existing, but otherwise no alterations or additions rather.
Okay, and I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's it.
And the modifications to the existing commercial building and facade, I think you mentioned, that's going to be all new, the facade, right?
Yes. The entire building, all 4 sides would be new. On that issue of the exterior, the current maximum height permitted was 40 feet, and that's where we would be at the peak of the new roof. We comply with the height of the structure.
Is there any proposed new signage with this application?
I'm sorry, any what?
Any new signage?
No, not at this time.
Now, you said the access to the apartments is on the side of the building. That would be on the southerly side of the building.
South side, correct.
Toward the rear, correct?
Correct.
And that would be one stairwell there to access 2nd and 3rd floor, right?
Correct. That's where our parking lot is, and it would come off that area of the parking area. There is one other doorway on the 1st floor commercial area on the north side of the building, and that access would be used for secondary entrance to the 1st floor commercial, and it also will have a space in that area to store refuge until the refuge pickup is ready, and then it will be placed on the street to be picked up by the garbage contractor.
Now,
It'll remain inside. It'll remain inside until that's ready for pickup.
Now, the parking lot to service for the tenants is to the south, immediately adjacent out the entrance, the means of ingress and egress to the apartments. When you come out there, you're entering the parking lot, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And there are 8 spaces proposed in the parking lot.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And that's for the tenants that would be in the apartments, correct?
Correct. So that complies with the RSIS standards and Bloomfield ordinance.
In your opinion, would the proposed structure be?
Are you getting to planning testimony yet? Now?
No, we're not going to get into planning testimony yet.
Okay, I'm sorry, because, we started asking opinions, so I just wondered.
Well, in his opinion, this is an architectural opinion. In your opinion, was the proposed structure, is it going to be architecturally and aesthetically compatible with the other buildings in the area?
Yes, we blend with the structures surrounding neighborhood, absolutely, on the streetscape as well. That's both from appearance and height and mass of the structure. There are several in the area of this building that are 3 stories high.
And as you testified, we comply with the height requirements of the zone.
Yes, we do. We comply with the height.
I have no further questions of Mr. Mileto as an architect. I'll reserve the right to question him later as a planner.
Board questions for Mr. Mileto?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for the architect. Yes, Mr. Mileto. The western elevation of the building, which would be the side that faces Broughton Avenue. It's, I think, for the second and third floor additions, the front of the building are both bedrooms. Is that correct on both sides? The one bedroom and the two bedroom, there are bedrooms that are facing the front of the building?
Yes.
And the front of the building, where you had discussed or mentioned that it is, the appearance and everything is in keeping with the neighborhood. I'm not sure I entirely agree with the blank wall that you've got facing the street. It's a windowless second and third floor addition facing the street. And, if I were a neighbor or a resident of that neighborhood, I'm not sure that I would agree with your opinion that that it is in keeping with appearance with the rest of the neighborhood. Is there any way that can be changed, perhaps?
I'd have to violate the building code because the property or the building is on the property line. And fenestration is not permitted within 5 feet of the property line unless it's a rated situation where the windows would be rated.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess I'm not clear on that. I guess I'll address that question to our township engineer as well. So you're saying that windows on that street facing side are not possible on the second and third floors?
I chose not to put them in there because of the building code issue, but if that becomes an issue, I could add them and move our windows around the corner, if you will, to that
Does
facade.
that building code issue apply when it's facing a public street?
Yes, it applies anywhere, wherever they're within 5 feet of the property line. It's not exempt from that requirement. But I can, we can do what's called a deluge system on the sprinklers to cover that issue. It's a code, it's a building code issue.
Plus that blank side applies in the residential zone, both on Broughton Avenue and on the east, the east elevation.
Yes.
Other questions, board?
Yes, Mr. Balnicki here.
Go ahead.
On the plan, you show a stucco area on that. Could there be any consideration as to another material besides stucco? If it, I see you have you have a stone veneer there going up, or to get out of the
Reason I put stucco, it's a durable material. It's not subject to damage. It's a masonry first floor, so the stucco would make sense to cover the existing masonry that's there now with another masonry material.
And also, as was brought up, windows in the front of the building, any comment on putting windows in the back of the building? I see there's a rear stairwell going up. Maybe some type of windows.
Again, right. Windows can be put on that, in that area as well.
Pardon?
We could add windows on that area if necessary.
I'm just thinking in terms of having, a natural light area coming into the stairwell coming in from the ground level and that. Okay, windows in the back. Also, on the site plan, you have, I guess is it the basement where you have laundry, 1,500 square feet?
No, that's the first ground level. There's no basement in the building.
That's the first ground level. So the commercial area would be where?
Where it says laundry. It was a laundry and dry cleaner at the time and has moved out since, but that was the use at the time I prepared the
Okay.
plans.
So there is no, for the units above, there's no laundry facilities or storage areas.
Correct. We could add them if necessary. That's an issue that landlord would make if he wants to provide washer and dryers. There's plenty of closet area to do that.
The washer and dryer would be inside each unit then.
That's correct.
And also, I think I heard you say the building will be sprinklered.
Yes,
Okay. And heating and cooling items, are they within each unit or will they be in the attic or on the side of the building or what? I don't see anything here on the plans.
they're within the building. They're heat pump
Is
or
it one main furnace for the whole building or each unit? I don't see anything on the plans.
no, they're individual units. For each unit has its separate heating and cooling unit. And the lower level, not knowing what the use of the tenant would be provided at that time when we submit our plan for the first floor occupant.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Mileto, I had a question about and I'm not going to get into planning, but just in terms of architecturally, from the west elevation, and keeping in, as you said, keeping in with the surrounding areas, I don't see a whole lot of, even Broughton notwithstanding, I don't see a lot of cantilever overhangs in the structures that I've seen around town. Is there any consideration to kind of continue that sight line down, at least on the west elevation, if not the west and the east?
And if I might add, Mr. Mileto, that would be my concern as well.
You concerned about the cantilever? Well, just in terms of a sight line, in terms of the architecture, not with that. I have planning concerns as well, but specifically to the architecture, I don't see a lot of cantilever design with architecture along this street, or not in many public streets in Bloomfield. So, is there any consideration to continue the sight line down on the southern side of the, so at least on the facade of the building, so that it comes straight down and gives the illusion of completion of the building on both sides?
If we came down, I would certainly have no objection to it. It would increase the coverage of the site. But other than that, I have no objection to it. We could do
Understood.
that.
Okay.
That would be an
Thank you.
expansion of the commercial area.
Oh, I don't mean the actual footprint of the building itself. I mean just a support or a column.
False wall or something?
Yeah, just to kind of so it completes the line of that side of the building. That was my concern. Just so when you're looking from the street, it doesn't look like the building is, heavy on the right
Hanging
side.
out.
Yeah.
Okay,
That was
that's
just my
easy
concern.
enough. We can add columns along that area, sure.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Also, Mr. Mileto, Mr. Balnicki had asked about the stucco, and you said you want to retain it because of its durability, but you're also adding the stone veneer. Is there any reason why that stone veneer just could not continue upward? Wouldn't it have the same durability as stucco?
It could. We could bring it straight up, absolutely. Just thought that the 4 foot would be adequate to break up the line and not be just such a big wall of stone, but it can be done, absolutely. We could run it straight up.
Were there any plans intended for that western elevation where that you do have that large brick wall? I mean, for your for the commercial use permit were signs, advertisement, or you had only intended to remain as a large blank wall?
You know, there's no intention for signage, did you say?
Are there any intentions for signage?
No, there is no intention for signage at this time.
The other thing I was mentioned, Mr. Balnicki also brought up the idea about the heating units, and you said each apartment would have its own unit. Where would they go?
In the closets, the split
Heating and-
units that would be, there's split units that would be in the closets. And
Where it says mechanical closet?
yes,
Okay.
yes, correct.
And air conditioning, that would be
Same
there as
thing.
well?
They're combined units.
Combined? I see. Okay, other than the, as Mr. Wagner had pointed out too as well, my concern was that cantilever look, and as well as everyone else is pointing out, the blank wall without a window on this side. Again, as Mr. Johnson pointed out, that is not in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood in terms of the residential area. I suppose if it were strictly a business, maybe it would be fine, but as a residential, it does seem a bit out of place. Thank you.
Okay. I appreciate the suggestion.
Mr. Mileto, I'm trying to understand the argument about the building code and the windows, because I look at the north elevation, and north elevation is essentially on the property line and it has windows. And the west elevation is also on the property line and has no windows. So I'm not understanding how this
Where a
requirement with
window,
respect to the,
wherever a window that appears within 5 feet of the property line will have to be handled with a deluge sprinkler system. And I felt that that was adequate, first of all, to be one side. Secondly, that's the busy street, and I didn't think windows on Broughton would be a good area to put windows in the bedrooms. It's a noisy street, and that's one of the reasons I didn't put windows
see.
there. No particular reason.
well, I have to agree with my colleagues that the windowless west elevation doesn't seem to fit in with the neighborhood, and nor does the cantilever, but that's just my opinion.
Well, we gotta, the one thing you have to remember is that the buildings are not viewed, those elevations are just, if you're standing perfectly in the middle of the property and looking at that side.
Right.
Most of the time, it's a perspective, like if you look at the existing building on the picture, that's the way buildings are viewed. You'll see the north side and west side and the south side and east side as you go by. It's perspective.
All right, thank you.
But if, as I said, if the architectural review includes some additional windows, I have no problem with adding the windows. We just have to compensate in the code.
Other questions for Mr. Mileto, board?
Mr. Chairman, do we address parking with Mr. Mileto?
I'll ask the attorney, Mr. Mariansky, who's going to talk to parking? Mr. Mariansky?
You're muted. You're muted, Mark.
Mark.
Unmute yourself, Mark.
There you go.
I'm working on it. There I am. I'm sorry, what was the question, Mr. Chairman?
Which of your experts will address the parking lot?
The engineer is available now, I am told, and he's next, and he'll address the site plan, including.
All right,
parking.
so we'll hold on the questions for parking board until the engineers.
Mr. Chairman, this is Michael Rubin, if I may. Since
Go
we're
ahead.
going to address parking, I just want to put something out there. Mr. Mileto's plans at the bottom include a parking calculation that includes the existing commercial space and therefore establishes if the commercial space is included, that a variance would be required. He has 10 spaces as shown on a semi-site plan in the upper right-hand corner of his plans, which apparently now is no longer valid. However, I believe that his parking calculation is valid. I don't understand how building 2 floors on top of this building is not an expansion of the leasable floor area. It doesn't say leasable commercial floor area. It says leasable floor area. Since you're increasing the leasable floor area, in my opinion, you have to account for all the uses on the site. And therefore, assuming that the calculations shown on the bottom of Mr. Mileto's plans are accurate, it's my opinion that that's the correct calculation. I leave it to Mr. Marucci and Mr. Martini and Mr. Mileto as a planner to discuss that if they wish. But I'm just giving you my insight now so that that isn't overlooked in any testimony forthcoming about the parking. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could respond, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I believe that Mr. Marucci's original report, based on the review of the plan, provides that the required number of parking spaces would be 8, because it's my understanding that the B2 zone does not have a requirement for the parking for the commercial space. So
Only if there's no increase in gross leasable floor area.
Well, I'll leave that to Mr. Marucci, but that's what his report.
I put it out there and I said, we'll hear from the other people, the other professionals, and we'll see where we end up, but I think it needs to be addressed.
Mr. Chairman, if you want, I can address that.
He needs to be sworn in.
Why don't we finish with one thing at a time here?
Sure.
We'll thank you, Mr. Marucci, but let's finish with Mr. Mileto on the.
I do have a question for Mr. Mileto, though.
Go ahead, Mr. Marucci.
Mr. Mileto, just refresh your testimony about the refuse and recycling. You said that it's going to remain in the individual apartments until collection day?
No. It's going to be brought down the stairway to a corner, the northwest corner or northeast corner of the commercial area, and we'll provide a room there for this trash until it's taken out for garbage night. There's a doorway right in that corner on the first floor level, which I didn't show, but it exists there now, and it's going to remain as the back door of the commercial space. So in that commercial space, there will be a refuge room.
So it'll be indoors, that's the question.
Interior, right.
What about the refuse for the commercial space? Is there room for there room for the commercial space and the 4 apartments?
Yes. We'll make enough room. I don't know how much garbage the commercial area would generate. It depends on the use, but the answer is we will provide enough indoor space for the commercial and the apartment space.
I only bring it out because you still have to deal with odors within the building, and so
yes, it's going to be indoors.
Just
There's not going to be any exterior.
Okay.
No exterior garbage.
Because you don't have room for it outside. There really is no room for it outside. There's no room for I'll leave it at that for now.
I have a question on the garbage, and when it's put out, where would it be put out for pickup? Right on Broad Street, on Broughton Avenue, or on the side, Elliston Street?
On the side street, it would wherever the garbage people designate they would like to have the pails put, whether it's be on Broughton Avenue or on the side street. Just like the residences that live on that street, they put it out at the street level for pickup.
So the township picks up the residential garbage, and who picks up the commercial garbage then?
Yes, they pick up both.
No,
The
no,
township
sir.
doesn't. No, sir.
No, sir. The commercial garbage is picked up privately.
Separate. Okay, it's a separate pickup. I don't know what the ordinance is on that.
So how do we separate the commercial garbage from the residential garbage if it all stays in the same room?
I don't know if they're picked up on the same day or not. If they're picked up on the same day, we'd have to keep them separate.
Other questions for Mr. Mileto? Is there any member of the
Well,
public
is there
who
any
has a
way-
question for Mr.
Is there
Mileto?
any way, Mr. Mileto, is there any way to get to the garbage without walking through the parking lot, out to Broughton Avenue, back up Elston Avenue to get to the opening where the garbage will be held?
What was the question, Mike? Sorry.
I mean, it seems like for the residents to get rid of their garbage, they've got to walk through the parking lot,
No,
down Broughton Avenue, down Elston Street, and to get to the entrance that's on the north side of the building for the garbage dumpster area. That seems
Isn't
like
it-
a really long way.
they go down the stairway if on the floor plan, and they go to the corner, the northeast corner of the building. There is a doorway of the first floor, and that's where the storage closet would be for the trash.
But they have to go around the entire outside of the building to get there, correct?
No. They come down the stairway inside the stairwell itself and go around the stair and to that corner directly.
So what you're going to do is you're going to cordon off that whole last portion of the building, of the
Yes,
first floor, and create essentially a connection between that area and the north entrance and make that
Correct.
one long room?
correct. Stairway. Yes. That wouldn't be one long room. We'd have separate room for the trash in that corner.
That
But
would
it's-
extend from the doorway into the ground floor
You're not
area
gonna have to leave the building.
all the way to the north
Yeah,
wall of the building. So it'll essentially, the room will extend from the stairwell to the north wall of the building. Is that what you're saying?
yes. It's, the whole building is only 30 feet wide.
That's all I was asking. It's not shown on the plan, and I just want to be able to describe it so that,
Right.
I
Okay.
can put it in a resolution. That's all.
Thank you.
Other questions, board?
Public questions? I believe, hi, I believe the chair mentioned that asked if the public
Yes.
had questions.
Yes, you
If I-
can ask a question.
Hi,
State
Rusty
your
Reynolds
name and
here.
address, please.
Rusty Reynolds, 11 Elston Street, just across the street from the property being discussed. A couple of questions, if I might. I do know, I've been here about 22 years. I know that the former commercial tenant they maintained a dumpster outside on the Elston Street side that just sat basically on the sidewalk. Is it the intent that would likely also occur with any subsequent commercial tenant?
No. We're not gonna have outdoor storage of refuge. There's an adequate building room in the west wall area of the building to store any of the trash that there would be for both commercial and the residential.
Does that take into account differentiation for whatever potential commercial business might be there? Some businesses may have larger waste needs, that sort of
That's it.
thing.
That's a condition of the rental, that's where they have to store their garbage, period.
Okay, perfect. And if I may also, you mentioned before there was no basement, and I know that the prior tenant was a dry cleaner, and they did have a dry cleaning sort of big long thing where they hung the clothes that went down into a sub level below the ground floor. Is that space there going to be filled in? Is that space usable? What is that space, if I may? Is that fair?
It's an area that was used for the clothes, I guess, to go down into the lower level, but I don't know. We don't have a use for it right now.
But
Maybe
does
the
it-
owner could give us his intentions on whether to fill it in or not. He's attending here tonight and he can give you that answer. I don't know what he's going to, his proposal is for that basement or lower level. It's a low ceiling. I know that. I could just barely walk down there. It's not occupiable.
Mhm. So it couldn't be used for like if they wanted internal laundry or anything like that, correct?
No, it's too low
Okay, perfect.
ceiling.
And what is, you mentioned that the max height, which aligns with code, is going to be 40 feet for the building. Do you happen to know what the current height of the building is, please?
Say that slower.
Do you happen to know what the current height of the building is? I know that you said the end product would be 40 feet.
12 feet. I'm going to estimate 12 feet high.
Okay. I have additional questions, but I think they may not align necessarily specifically to the architecture. So I'll mute myself again. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Anyone else? Other members of the public?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead. State your name and
My
address,
name is,
please.
okay, Naida Cedeno. I'm 135 Broughton. I'm right across from where the business is.
I'm
First
sorry.
of all,
Ms. Daniel, what was your address?
135 Broughton. I'm in the
Thank you.
corner.
Thank you.
Okay. And the basement is 7 feet high. It's not low. It's high enough because my husband used to go in that basement.
Hold
Okay,
on a
it's high.
second. Hold on. This is time for questions to the architect. You can ask a question. Later
Okay.
on, you can be sworn in and provide testimony if you were an eyewitness to something.
Okay, fine. So my question is, I don't know if I'm saying it right now. The building is going to be 4 families, correct?
Correct.
And okay, 4 families. Or my area here and where I'm at, they're all 1 family and 2 family. So now we're going to have 4 families. No parking because you're going to have 8 spaces. But don't forget,
Questions now, please. Do you have questions for the architect? That's what this time period is for.
well,
Not for
asking.
statements.
Okay, so the question for the architect, who do I ask the question about the 4 family?
Ask the architect, is this going to be a 4-family dwelling?
Right, but what I'm saying is the gentleman said that this area had apartments like houses like that, and that's not true.
Okay, well, wait till the planning testimony comes, okay? And you can ask him questions during his planning testimony, but it has to be questions. You can't just simply say that's not true, that's testimony, and you'll have that opportunity later,
Okay,
okay?
yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Any other questions for the architect as an architect?
Don't
No?
see anybody's
No one?
hands raised.
All
No.
right.
I have a quick one.
Oh, Mr. Martini from
Mr.
Nishway.
Mileto, I just want you to confirm for the first floor, there's no internal improvements at this time, and also a tenant hasn't been chosen to occupy that space?
We don't have a tenant.
Are there any improvements proposed for that space at this time
No.
internally? Okay.
Well, improvements will be normal repair and painting and getting it ready for a tenant, but no tenant has been chosen and we don't have one. No.
Okay.
Well, and there's the construction of the trash room along the
Yeah.
eastern wall.
Right, that'll be done.
That he's already testified to, Mr. Martini.
Okay, so that trash room, that's going to impact the existing floor area, right? Because right now it's 1,500 square feet, so that'll be reduced.
Correct.
Okay,
It's a small
Okay.
shop. It's a small store.
okay. And this question might not be appropriate for you, but since it was previously a dry cleaners, are there any environmental records or any that shows cleanup or anything to that nature?
Mr.
Yes.
Martin, if I could jump in.
Sure.
I'm going to have the applicant testify next. He's available and he'd be able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Other
That's all I
questions,
have.
board? Thank you, Mr. Martini.
Yes.
Board, other questions? Go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Mr. Mileto. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at your plans here, and I was just curious about the size of that utility room where your utilities are going to go. And even if you were to cut this plan in half, that the distance where the bathroom, the utility room, and are located, you're looking at 10 feet. And so even if they all were cut in a third, that means that space will only be 3 feet deep. Will your utility be able to fit that 3 foot distance, or actually it looks less, but still, what type of unit are you planning on putting in there that will be able to fit in there at 3 feet and still have walkable space or workable space?
Yes, it's common practice. These units now are so small, the air handlers and the water heaters, they look like a portable vacuum cleaners hanging on the wall for water heat. And that heats the air that supplies the heat for the unit. They're amazingly small. I've done them in apartment houses extensively throughout the state, and it works great.
And this is going to be a forced
they're
air.
very small units today.
And this will be a forced air system.
Yes, probably. Not necessarily, but probably. It could be water heat, hot water heat if it's preferred. We've also done them with hot water baseboard for heating and an air conditioning system for air. Could go either way. It's up to the tenant, the landlord rather.
So if it's air conditioning as well, where is the external heat exchanger located?
That would be on a wall hung unit on the exterior of the building, probably in this famous cantilevered area in front on the parking lot side. It would face the parking lot. They're wall hung units. Again, they're 14 inches deep. They look like a small box, rectangular box, 14 inches deep and about 2 feet wide. Science today on mechanical equipment is pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And just to clarify this, so this building does have a basement, a full basement, and your testimony is it's 7-foot ceiling. And are there any improvements planned for the basement?
I didn't measure the ceiling. A neighbor had said it's a 7-foot ceiling. I only glanced at it. It was just not occupiable.
Are there any improvements Are there any improvements to be made in the basement?
No. It's basically a crawl area that was used by the tenant at that time.
See,
dry cleaner.
I think Miss Brown has her hand up. Is that right?
Correct.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All righty. I have a question about the mini splits. I have some familiarity with those. And while they have wall units that provide the air conditioning and the heat exchange, they also, in my recent research, require a sump pump or some kind of way to dispose of the condensation. And also there's a bigger unit that sometimes feeds them, and you need to have a unit for each, or an exchange radiator or mini split is what they call them, in each room. Do you have plans that would show these in greater detail so we could understand?
I did not discuss the complete mechanical equipment on this project. No, it's way beyond what I believe to be zoning planning. But if you ask that question, I can tell you that my experience has been there are two systems. One has an evaporator, which evaporates the condensation, and there is no need for a drain. There's another one where there is a drain pan, and that drainage goes into the sanitary sewer system in the building under the floor into the plumbing and drains away that way. But
I guess I'll
usually,
ask that you could distinguish between those two because what was the first one that doesn't require?
it has an evaporator unit in it, which evaporates the moisture back into the air.
Okay. Second question to you, since I didn't raise my hand earlier. With respect to the trash room, is there any consideration for giving ventilation or something to eliminate smell?
Yes, we can
What does that look
ventilate that lower level.
Well, so would that space have a generator in it, or how would it ventilate? Just be a open window, or?
There'd be vents on the wall.
Okay. Last question. Is this in the, is there any sump pumps or anything? I don't know if this is in the flood zone. I'm just
No,
trying to.
the basement does not have a water condition at this time.
What does that mean?
No sump pumps necessary.
What is the
That's-
water condition? You mean it's not in the flood zone?
I don't know. I didn't study that, but the basement was dry at the time I saw it. And the owner will be testifying shortly.
Okay,
He'll give you the answer to that because he has experience on that.
thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Mileto as the professional architect?
Yes,
Mr. Reynolds has his hand up.
Thank you. Yes, again, just a follow-up question that it just piqued me based on Ms. Cedeno's comments earlier. You mentioned that there were going to be four residential dwellings now, and I'm having lived here for as long as I have, I'm familiar with the area. And to Ms. Cedeno's point, do you have the addresses of any comparable buildings that have 4 units over a business that you might have used as reference?
No. I just visited the site. But I passed through the neighborhood. This building will not look like a 4-family unit, first of all. Secondly, it's a small unit. This is 1,500 square feet. It's the size of a small house.
I understand. I just wanted to be clear, since you had mentioned that it was going to 4 and that you said that there were ones in the area that were similar or the same. My understanding is that there aren't, and I'm familiar with Ms. Cedeno's building, just where it is. I haven't been in it, but I'm familiar with it, and the other one across Pettit Street from it as well, which generally just have one level on top of residential units. And just one final follow-up here, because we mentioned again, it was just touched on a moment ago, which has to do with the water and sewer. And this might not go to the architect, it might go to someone else in this conversation. So I apologize if I'm not getting the right person here, but how has it been taken into account the significantly larger number of residences here in terms of both water usage and sewer usage and impact as well? Has that been taken into account? Have any studies been done on that, and are they available?
So Chairman, I think the engineer will probably address that. The engineer will be able to address that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board? Anyone?
I don't see anybody's hands up.
All right, and thank you, Mr. Mileto, the architect.
I'll remain here if there's more questions later.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the applicant, the owner of the property, Mr. Raphael Golan.
All right.
First of all, can I have the applicant spell his last name, please?
Sure, it's Golan, Golan.
Okay, Mr. Golan, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Rafael Golan.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody.
Mr. Golan, you are the owner and the principal of 125 Broughton Avenue LLC, the listed owner of the property and the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. There's no other members. You're the sole member and owner, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you've heard some of the questions that have been raised by the board and by neighbors. let's start with the easiest one. Is this property in a flood zone?
No,
Well, first of all, how long have you owned the property?
about a year now.
Okay, you purchased it about a year ago. And as part of that process, there was a flood search done and you determined that it's not in a flood zone. Is that correct?
Not in a flood zone.
What about the environmental question that was raised by Mr. Martini? Was there an environmental testing done at the time you bought the property?
It's an excellent question. I did the phase 1 by an environmental company. We did also some drilling. Although I was not supposed to, I wanted to be on the safe side because I know the exposure of it. Everything came clear, negative, we're good.
So there was no contamination, no cleanup necessary, right?
Not whatsoever.
All right, and could you comment about the basement area that's been discussed somewhat? What is there and what's your intended use of it?
Yeah, I think the neighbor was right. It's about 7 foot, give or take. I don't want to give the wrong information, but I'm a tall guy. I'm 6'2". I can walk there. There is a utility room over there for the store above it that contain a water heater, used to be some steam machine, heating, an old system for heating. Everything is gas, no oil tank on the property. There is a water meter downstairs. There is electrical meter and a gas meter. The basement is empty, vacant, very dry, and that's about it.
And do you intend to use that basement as part of this, part of the commercial space or at all?
It's gonna be something for the commercial space, you know, like the commercial space.
Storage, something to that effect?
Yeah, like shelving and stuff they can put over there.
How familiar are with the area? I mean, how often are you in this area?
Every day, 7 to 9 hours a day. My office is there.
So your office is on Broughton Avenue?
Yes.
All right, so you're fully familiar with this neighborhood and with the goings on there, correct?
More than my house.
All right, could you discuss the garbage collection that's been?
Of course, it's a good question, and I want to explain it as much as possible. Basically, we have the building is the big square, and then at the very end, if you look on the right side, you call it the south side, there is a little bump. It's like a 10-foot wide, give or take, by 30. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut off the store with a door over there. Okay, so make the commercial space smaller, have a door for the commercial space if you want to go out of the back door or go to the basement, because on the north side, it doesn't show on the plans, my apologies. On the north side, there is a very wide door going out to Elston Street, okay? So all this area gonna be closed. It's not gonna be part of the store. Part of it gonna be staircase, that the entrance gonna be from the south side. And there is another door on the north side. Within this area, I'm gonna build a room, and I think with like opening and a mechanical vent, you know, an actual electrical vent over there for the garbage. So the garbage can be stored over there, and on the days of pickup, my guy is gonna come and move it to the outside per the township decision or the garbage disposal company. I'll place it anywhere. For the tenants, they go down the steps, they make a left, 2 steps, they can put their garbage. So I know it was not clear before, nobody have to go all around in the parking lot to dispose the garbage. It's actually shorter than any other property on the street because they don't even have to step outside. So it's gonna be inside.
And any problem, any issue or problem with separating the garbage for the commercial space, the commercial tenant versus the residential tenant?
Absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not. And again, as far as the permitted use in this property, whoever gonna rent this property, and you know, I wish I could, but I cannot take the board members and the neighbors to see my other properties. I keep it very clean and neat, you know. I take it very seriously and I keep it clean and neat, and that's how it's supposed to be. I think by what I'm doing here, I'm not objective here, but I'm improving the area big time, because I could have do without variance, like 3 apartment and the commercial space, per what I need to do. I'm trying to get 4, and I think Frank, the architect, testified on it. It's gonna be, instead of 3 2-bedrooms, it's gonna be 2 2s and 2 1s. So it's a total of 6 bedrooms. So we're staying, it's almost the same, and I'm giving the area a brand new building from A to Z. It's gonna be wow. That's how I do my buildings, as simple as that. I have some other points I wanna.
Wait, I just want to reiterate that you're in the area every day, all day, and you can manage this property on a regular basis, correct?
Of course.
Now, some of the other suggestions by board members with respect to the proposed building, columns under the cantilevered portion of the second and third floors, windows on the west elevation, and perhaps in the stairwell. You have any problem with any of the suggestions that the board members were making?
First, I'm very happy about what they said about the cantilever, because me and Frank discussed it, and we were iffy if it's gonna be approved. So we kept it like this, like open, very special design to the building. I'll make it very, very simple. My answer: anything the board members here requesting me to do besides covering it with gold, I will do. To go with the stone up, I would love to. It's gonna make it beautiful. Again, it's perspective of design, but I think it's like one big wall of stone. I like to give it a little touch, like Frank said. But if this is what the town requires, no problem. It's gonna be less maintenance for me. I don't have to paint it. It's gonna be so much easier to maintain it rather than stucco. As far as the windows,
replacing the stucco portion with stone veneer, correct?
I have no problem whatsoever. No problem. I can stone veneer it. I can brick it. I have no problem. As far as the windows, I love windows. You come to my house, you see that I love windows. If it's go up to code and the town approve it, no problem whatsoever.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Board questions for the owner, please. Mr. Wagner.
Hi, Mr. Golan. I had a question for you, just given that you're familiar with the area. So I'm sure you're familiar with the bakery that's adjacent to the property. I've passed by there a fair number of times, and I've noticed that there's we talked about signage, and there is a lot. It looks like everyone's fighting over where the parking is going to be, because I think there's the eye center that's catty corner has a sign there, and then behind there is another. I think it might be for the bakery. So how are you going to handle that? I was just curious.
Very, very simple. When you face the parking lot, like the L shape, the L shape is the eye ductor, and I have my property, and the site planner gonna talk about it shortly. I have no problems with nobody parking or not parking or whatever. I put some signs over there because I moved some stuff around, and when we cleaned it up, etc., etc. When I build this building, of course, if you guys approve it, it's gonna be divided. Wherever the east side, it's gonna be all those evergreens, trees, or whatever. On the right side, we're gonna have a 42-inch fence. Entering my driveway through the apron, it's gonna be green on the left, green on the side. Going in, it's gonna look much more beautiful than what it is now. It's gonna look residential in a way. And as far as the parking for the eye ductor, it's his parking. If he has to police it and other people park there, it's not right. But I have no business with this. My people will not park there, and I'm gonna make the tenant, whoever gonna move in, I'm gonna emphasize this fact that nobody should park there. Period.
So no, my question, I appreciate that, but my question is whether or not you would need any signage for your property to define the parking.
I don't think so, because my property gonna be very contained. It's going right now, it's like a very open space. You know, nobody knows what is what. But it's gonna change. I will not need any signage. If you require me to put any sign, I will put it. No problem.
No, I was just asking. Thank you, though. I appreciate the answer.
Sure.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Belnick.
Regarding the parking coming in out of Broughton Avenue, it's going to be just one driveway into the parking lot, in and out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and could you comment again on what's going to define the property around your parking lot? Okay.
Of course, no problem. I can say it, and we're going to have the site planners shortly. If you look on the east side, you're going to see it's going to be all evergreens, like the main entrance to the building, all this side, like the very far end of the building.
I don't see any landscape plan here or anything like that.
You see on the new site plan, there is a new site plan.
In the parking lot, I see two. I see one.
Don't look on the previous plans from Frank Miletto.
I'm looking at the June 18th, 2021.
No, there is a new one that was dropped off with Nicole.
That's the engineers, Mr.
Yes.
Belnick. When we get to the engineer, you'll see it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So basically, the far end gonna be all evergreens. On the right side, gonna be 42-inch fence. But I think the engineer can witness better than me on all the technical details.
Okay. And what about what are your plans for snow plowing?
I'm gonna do it.
Well, yeah, of course you're gonna do it, but where's it gonna go?
Like
in your
whatever
parking lot, you know, I mean.
Whatever everybody else does on the block, you know, it's going. You know, when you do the sidewalks.
Is there do you have an area specifically designed for the snow?
No, I don't. It's like any other property. It's gonna go.
So it would be taking up. It would be eliminating parking spaces then.
It will not. It's gonna go to the street.
You can't plow into the street from a parking lot, I believe.
Okay, so what it's gonna be? It's gonna be put on the green areas at the entrance, and to the far area to the east, against the evergreens. So it will not take any parking spaces.
Thank you.
All right, I think we have questions from the public. Mr. Steinhagen?
Yes. Hi, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Daniel Steinhagen. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Beatty Padavano. I'm here on behalf of 108 Broughton LLC and Joshua Gould. That's the eye doctor's office. And I had a couple questions for Mr. Golan about the parking that Mr. Wagner raised. So, sir, you indicated, I think in your testimony, that the parking was going to be for the tenants, and your tenants would not be allowed to park in the eye doctor's parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How are you going to notify? How are they going to be aware of that?
I'm gonna let them know.
Is it going to be in the lease?
I can put it on the list, yeah.
Okay. What about the?
Let me just say something. You know.
Sure.
People coming to the area, you know, I will do my very best, everything in my power, anything to help you. I know the eye doctor, good guy, actually helped me with my eyes. I'll do everything in my power that nobody gonna park there. Somebody park there, it's illegal, it should be towed, or whatever you guys decide to do. My tenants I'm gonna be very, very clear about it, that it's not part of my property. Plus, it's gonna be divided. Right now, it's all open. So it's very misleading, you know, the way it is, but.
No, I appreciate that. What about let me back up. So you'll agree to a stipulation or a condition of approval if the board acts favorably on the application, that you'll do something such as put it in the lease that your tenants and their guests are not allowed to park in my client's parking lot?
That's up to my attorney to write it in the legal language. I cannot police it, and whatever the board is gonna decide with my attorney.
Well, I'm asking you if you'll accept the condition from the board, if the board is willing to enter it, if it approves the application. It's not your attorney's job to tell you what the answer should be. I think it's a question for you as the applicant.
I let my attorney decide what I put on my list, so he's.
Well,
here.
I think
No, I'm not asking about your lease, sir. I'm asking, will you accept the condition of approval from this board that you put it in the lease?
I just want to clarify, we're talking about putting in the lease that they will be notified
Yeah.
in the lease that they are not permitted to park in the adjoining parking lot. This is not an obligation to police that property or do anything of that. Just
I'm not asking for that.
right, just to provide notice to the tenants.
Correct.
Don't have any problem with that.
What's the plan for the parking for the commercial space that's on the first floor?
Mark.
Oh, Mr. Gold, you're gonna.
That's a question for you, sir.
Yes, that's for you, Mr. Gold.
Basically, I have, as per the ordinance, I don't have to have any parking spots over there. Okay, so it's gonna be probably street parking, which is available all the time over there.
I understand that Mr. Rubin has a potentially different opinion than the board planner, but so the idea is that the business parking, which previously was in the parking lot, is now going to go onto the street.
Most likely, yes. But
Okay.
let's assume also that the tenant's not going to be there all day, and we're going to have 2 1-bedrooms. So I think going to be some spots available regardless.
I understand that, but for instance, on a Saturday, when people don't go to work, are we anticipating that there'll be shared parking so that the people who are at home over the weekend and don't use their cars are going to share the parking spaces with the business customers?
I don't think so. Yeah, the Saturday over there on this street is very, very empty.
Well, we don't know what kind of business this is going to be.
No, I'm just talking. I'm not going to bring McDonald's over there. Let's put it this
I
way.
understand.
Any permitted use.
Okay. Now, if you had a conforming number of apartments in the building, I think you said it was 3, there'd be 2 parking spaces for the business use. Is that correct?
If it's going to be 3 apartments?
If there were 3, you'd have more space on the site for the business use.
Yeah.
Okay. And is there anything that you're going to do with respect to the customers of the business to make sure that they don't park in my client's property?
Absolutely. That this is something that is very important, and I don't want to disturb nobody's property, nobody's business whatsoever. So especially on the commercial space, okay, I'm gonna make him, of course, if it's gonna be permitted by the town, also inside, he's gonna have to tell his customers, okay, that they're not supposed to be there. Also gonna be a sign over there. I believe it's a good and fair question. And again, I'm gonna do everything in my power to make it happen. I cannot police the property. There are other businesses on the side. I can try and control people coming my way. If somebody doesn't respect other people's property, he's not going to be a good tenant. It's a simple formula.
Sure. So is it going to be signage, or is it going to be they're going to come into the business and he's going to tell them after they've already parked, don't park in the
It depends on what business it's going to be. I don't know what kind of people are going to come in and after they park or before. If it's people that come on a daily basis to the same place, you can tell them once.
No, I understand. I get that. But if it's non-repeat customers, things like that, are you going to put signage up?
Gonna be a sign, yeah, of course.
Okay.
And you also, I think it's gonna be a smart thing from your side. You have a big sign over there. Trust
Absolutely.
Me, if it's people coming and going twice, you told somebody, nobody gonna park there anymore.
You hope so.
I hope so. I agree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Reynolds has a question.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned at the beginning of your testimony about having had an environmental company come in and look at, potential contamination from the dry cleaner, chemicals and things like that. Do you happen to have the name of that company?
I do. It's called Lombardi Environmental.
Lombardi, Lombardi?
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Just that you know, the dry cleaner machine that was there was self-contained. It was not one of those machines that drain into the system like many years ago. It's a self-contained machine, and there was a company coming and pick. It's like you're taking, you know, like a container out, and they take it wherever. That's how it works. But I took. It's a good question. I took and went above and beyond to make sure before I purchase it. You know, so I also drilled and sent it to sampling, and everything came clear. They told me I don't have to, but I wanted to do it. You know, just to be on the safe side.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a question.
Who is that?
Nida Cedeno, right on Elston, right from the cleaners.
Okay, go ahead, ask your question.
I have a question for him. The garbage is gonna be inside, okay? He said he's gonna have vents, but in the summer months when it's 90 and my dining room faces that garbage, I have to smell that garbage?
Your dining room not gonna face this garbage. Let's put it
Yes,
this way.
the door. The door is right there, right by my dining room.
Yeah, the door is right there. Let me ask you a question, a fair question, no insult. When you put your garbage outside in the summertime, do I smell it? I don't think so. I'm gonna keep
But
it
it's not
cool.
closed in.
I don't want the
It's not
building to
closed
stink.
in.
It's the building gonna be air conditioned. I don't want the place to stink. Trust me. It's my goal here to keep it vented, and I'm not talking about garbage all over the place, overflowing. It's a clean.
We don't do
garbage.
that here.
What's that?
And also, I'm sorry, also you said about the parking, you're gonna have 4 families, each of them have a car, or there might be 3. Parking here is horrible. I had to take away from my backyard to make a parking because parking here is horrible. And I've been here 23
All right.
years.
Time for questions, please. Only questions.
No, but the other gentleman was, asked him, the lawyer, about the parking. That's why I'm saying it too.
Do you have a question, Ms. Sedano?
Yes, the question is about the parking, like, you know, they're saying, you know, because I want to know if there's 8 people living, there's a 4-family house. Everybody in their house usually has 2 cars or 3 cars. And there's only gonna be 8 parkings plus the business.
That's
Where the
correct.
rest, or the visitors, where they're gonna park.
Visitors? Where your visitor park? People visit you?
I'm saying, sir,
Does
you
people
have,
come and
you're gonna
visit
have
you?
4 apartments, 4
Okay,
apartments.
I understand the question, ma'am.
And each apartment, one of them has 2 bedrooms. So that means it could be a couple with kids or whatever. And then some of people have 3 cars now. You know that families now, everybody in the household has a car. And you only
Basically,
have 8 spaces.
okay, if I may answer.
Mhm.
Basically, we have 2 1-bedrooms and 2 2-bedrooms, okay?
Mhm.
Most of the times, based on my experience with apartments, okay, it's either 1 car or 2 cars. If somebody has a guest, like where did you have a party in your house ever? You did, I'm assuming. You have guests, there is street parking. I'm on this street every day outside on the street, in and out, maybe 20 times a day. During the day, I never had a problem. If I wanted just to park on the street, never had a problem. If I came after 4:30, 5 o'clock, definitely empty. On Wednesday and Thursday, where there is opposite parking, that you cannot park on one side until 12 o'clock, and then on the other side on 12 o'clock, you see everybody find parking space, although one side is...
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. Come here and you'll see people park on the sidewalk, on the stop sign.
Oh, hold on,
top of the sidewalk.
hold on. This is time for the questions for the witness, not for testimony. There'll be a
don't want
time
to-
later
No, I
on
know.
where you can be sworn in and provide your statements. This is time only for questions for this gentleman, please.
With all due respect, I don't want to make it an argument.
Wait, my husband has a question. I'm sorry, my husband has a question.
Yes, the air conditioning units, where are they going to be located at?
First of all, sir, can I have your name?
Louis, Luis, Cedeno, Cedeno.
Thank you.
The opposite side of your property, toward the park.
So it's gonna be on the parking, where the eye cleaner parking is
You're
gonna be?
not gonna see anything. I cannot put anything on this wall.
No, it's
facing.
not, it's just that I don't wanna see it, just that I don't wanna hear it, because remember,
You're
I
not
live
gonna,
on Better
and it's
Cross.
gonna be, I wanna say, if I calculate right, you have to cross the street, pass my building, and right there.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
You want?
And again, Mr. Deno, I'm your neighbor. I'm
Yes.
gonna make it right, you know, I want everybody to have a beautiful property. If you guys prefer what we have now over there,
No, it's not that. It's just, I've lived here for 23 years, and that's when the other owner was there, I never had any problems. I just
You know-
want for people to come that I don't know who they are. And we're here.
Do you
we're
have
all-
a question? Hold on. This is the time for questions only. If you have a question for Mr. Golan, please ask a question. Otherwise, please be quiet.
Okay, he asked me something, so I'm answering him.
It's time for you to ask him questions. That's it.
I understand that.
Otherwise-
So he asked me a question. I was answering him, sir.
You can't do that.
Okay, Mr. Gould, don't ask me a question.
Anyone else have a question? Anyone else?
I don't see anybody else's hands
All
raised.
right, thank you, Mr. Golan. Mr. Mariansky, next witness, please.
Chairman, William Scott, our engineer.
When are you going to do the planning? At
After
the
me-
end?
Yeah.
All right, please proceed. Go ahead.
Where's Mr. Scott?
He's muted. Here he is.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I just need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record.
William Scott, SCOTT.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Scott, could you give the board your qualifications as an engineer, please?
I'm currently licensed as a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey. I have been since 2004. My license has always been in good standing. I've appeared before approximately between 40 and 50 planning and zoning boards throughout New Jersey.
Does that include this board?
I have not appeared before Bloomfield Board prior now. I'm the owner of Enster Plan, where I've worked since 1993, and quite familiar with this property. Reviewed the ordinances and prepared the plans that you have before you tonight.
Mr. Chairman, I'd offer Mr. Scott as an expert and professional engineer.
Any discussion, board? The board will accept Mr. Scott as a professional engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Scott, so you were retained by the applicant to prepare the site plan that was submitted with this application, and which included grading and utilities, lighting, and landscape plans. Is that correct?
That's right.
And you visited the site, familiarized yourself with it and with the area?
Yes.
And-
Mr. Mariansky, I'm sorry to interrupt, but before you go, Mr. Chairman, I believe that 224 Broad Street may be requesting an adjournment at this point. So perhaps, I know there's a lot of people here. Perhaps we can deal with that. I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mariansky. I should have done it in between witnesses, and I was remiss. I apologize.
You're remiss, Mr. Rubin. So 224. I gather that
Mr. Piaya.
Ms. Hilaire is here, but the problem is that we're still going on with this application, so.
All right.
What time did Ms. Hilaire arrive?
Oh, well over an hour plus ago.
Is she eligible to vote on this application?
No, we had already started.
Okay.
Can't vote?
Not on this one.
You still have 7 though, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
This application, yes.
So
I'm
Mr.
sorry, Mr.
Kaye
Piaya. Go ahead.
is requesting an adjournment on behalf of 224 Broad. Is that correct?
Chairman, no, I'm not positive that's in the best interest of my client at this point. We have 4 witnesses only. They're all going They're all scheduled to take 10 minutes apiece because they've already testified. They're just updating the board on.
No. This is a new application. You're starting from scratch. This is a whole new plan, a whole new development, a whole new everything. This is starting from scratch. This is not going to be 5 minutes each. These are the changes we made. This is like a whole new project. This is nothing like what we heard before.
Well, this is the first I'm hearing that. We've been adjourning these dates. So a lot of our testimony overlaps. If that's your legal opinion, I guess I have to accept that. We'd like to get started tonight. We're willing to wait. This application is probably close to being done, and we can at least
if you're willing to wait, that's fine with me. We're just offering you the opportunity. But you're more than welcome to wait.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. I'm sorry for the interruption. Mr. Mariansky, could you
No problem.
get us kicked off again here?
Okay, Mr. Scott, the final, as far as your familiarity with the property and with this project, you're also familiar with the Bloomfield zoning ordinance as it relates to this application, correct?
Yes.
All right, could you describe for the board, on your site plan, you show the existing conditions. Could you describe the existing property and the building on it?
Sure. So the property, it's at the corner of Elston and Broughton. It's a rectangular property. It's composed of 4,506 square feet. Directly at the intersection of the road, the building is placed, and the parking is to the south. There's an L-shaped adjoining parking area that wraps completely around this site. So in effect, this site is could be thought of as an island between the streets and the adjoining parking lot. It doesn't abut any residential uses. The property is currently 100% impervious. Building coverage and pavement cover the entire site. There are currently 10 parking spaces striped on the site. However, only 8 of them are of proper size, and there are no handicapped spaces on the site.
And the ingress and egress from Broughton Avenue.
Yeah, there's a in and out existing curb cut off of Broughton Avenue that would be preserved.
Okay. And now describe what's being proposed as you have your site dimension plan and landscaping. Could you refer to that and describe the changes being proposed?
Sure. So we're proposing to reconstruct a good portion of the sidewalk and apron along Broughton Avenue and Elston Avenues, which are in disrepair. Essentially, we're keeping only the concrete directly in front of the building opening and the concrete around the handicap ramp that was recently constructed at the intersection of Elston and Broughton. The rest of the concrete will be replaced by this applicant. We're proposing to reconstruct the existing paved parking area. And in doing so, we'll be creating a landscape buffer to separate and delineate the parking between our site and the existing parking to the east. There will be a landscape buffer which runs completely along the eastern edge of the parking area. We're proposing to plant hollies there. We're also proposing 2 landscape islands on either side of the driveway entrance. So these areas would also give the applicant area which could be used for snow storage and removal. We're proposing also to add appropriate wheel bumpers to control the automobiles from traveling or protruding onto the neighboring lot. And we're also adding a chain link fence along the southerly boundary to prohibit or to prevent the possibility of pedestrians crossing from one parking lot to the other and tripping over the wheel bumpers.
So the proposal is to clearly delineate and separate the parking area from the adjoining parking areas, correct?
Yes, so we'll have a combination of fencing and landscaping, which would clearly delineate the two adjoining properties.
All right, and we're proposing a total of 8 parking spaces, correct?
Yes,
And that includes 1 handicap space.
that's right.
Right, and they're, with the exception of the handicap space, they're 9 foot by 18 feet and with a 24-foot aisle in between, correct?
Yes, that's according to the requirements of the ordinance.
All right, and we are taking the position, and I guess this is the time to address what the parking requirement is for this project. We are proposing 8 spaces, and your site plan shows that complies with the code requirements, correct?
My reading of the code was that the commercial use in the B2 zone do not require on-site parking, and that any residential parking would need to meet the RSIS standards, which would be 2 spaces per 2-bedroom unit.
And that coincides with Mr. Marucci's review in his report. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And I guess we need to address that at this time. If maybe Mr. Marucci wants to comment on what the parking requirements are for this proposal.
Mr. Marucci?
Would you have me sworn in, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Okay, do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Anthony Marucci.
Thank you, Anthony.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Rubin brought up a good point, and here's my dilemma when it comes to parking. We do have a provision in the ordinance that under parking that says there shall be no minimum parking requirement in the B2 zone except for all new buildings and any increase in gross leasable floor area. So based on that, the increase is the residential apartments. So if once in reading that, you don't need parking for the commercial use. However, this application is a conditional use, and one of the conditions is that combined parking requirement must be met. And so that's my dilemma. We have 2 different provisions of the ordinance. So the conditional use requirements require that the combined parking has to be. It's further complicated because in Mr. Miletto's plans, he shows the existing building with the cleaners there with a truck that's, I guess, I would imagine part of the cleaners on the plan. And for a cleaners, the parking requirement is only 1 space for every 500 square feet. If a retail use goes in there, the parking requirement can be much greater. It could be up to 1 per 150. So this is my dilemma, and I'd like to defer to Mr. Rubin on it as far as his opinion is on it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Marucci.
Well, if I could comment before I hear from Mr. Rubin, Mr. Chairman, as far as from a legal standpoint, and my argument would be that the conditional use criteria states that if you're increasing the leasable floor area, as you mentioned, you must comply with the parking requirements within the zone for all the uses. Well, within the B2 zone, the parking requirement for the commercial use is 0.
I don't agree with that.
Well, that's, as I said.
I mean, it says there should be no minimum parking requirement within the CBD or B2 zones except for all new buildings and any increase in gross leasable floor area where off-street parking shall be required pursuant to this section. So whenever you increase the floor area of a building in the B2 or CBD, you have to meet the off-street parking as required in the code. And that off-street parking in the code requires to all uses on the site. So that's the penalty or essentially, I shouldn't call it a penalty. That's the way in which the town drafted this ordinance so they can solve parking problems. They're saying, look, we understand if you don't have parking, you don't have parking, but we're not going to let you make it worse. If you're going to make it worse, then you better meet parking for everything or come get a variance. I'm not saying you're not entitled to a variance. You might be able to justify a parking variance. Maybe there's tons of on-street parking available during the day for all the commercial parking. That's not unusual. They've done it before. But in my opinion, you need a parking variance. And because that parking deviation is incorporated into the D3 standards, it's just another D3 deviation, just like the density is. So it's not a separate variance. It's part of your D3 proofs.
Mr. Rubin, the other problem is that we don't know what the use is for the commercial portion of the property. And so we don't know how many parking spaces are even required for that.
But that's okay. I mean, I would just give them a variance for the highest demand, which is retail, if the board sees fit. To me, I don't really think that matters. The board judge this on the overall quality of the project. If they think, as they've done in other projects, that this is a neighborhood business that's going to come in here and the parking isn't going to be that substantial, as I said, as we've done elsewhere, and that's what the proofs demonstrate, then they can grant a variance. If they're not satisfied with the proofs, then we're going to have to go back to the drawing board again. But I think we need to address this variance because I have to be honest with you. There's an attorney here for an objector. And I think that if you let this go by, you're opening the door. And so in my opinion, you need to not open that door and you need to address this issue.
All right, and Mr. Rubin, could I just for clarification, so you're saying that in your opinion, it is not a separate standalone variance for parking, it is part of the D3 variance that we'd be seeking, which would include
That is correct. Because it's a D3 standard, and whenever, just like if you incorporate height into a D3 standard, it becomes a D3 variance.
Right.
And if you incorporate any bulk standard into the D3 criteria, it becomes a D3 variance. So this is a D3 variance. It's you have two D3 deviations as I see it, one related to density and one related to parking.
So you're correct in the beginning when I advised that we are seeking a D3 variance, conditional use variance, and the C variance for the lot coverage.
Correct. But it's just what the deviations are is the only discrepancy.
Right. Okay.
If I may weigh in as well, I guess I should be sworn in.
You need to be sworn in?
Yes, thank you.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
Stephen Martini, Martini.
Thank you.
I guess just to come full circle, Mr. Rubin and Mr. Marucci. So with the wording, as you said, Mr. Rubin, any increase in gross leasable floor area, these residential units are going to be rental. So therefore, it's a leasable space. Would you agree with that?
I don't think that matters, frankly. I think the leasable floor area is just a term of art. Ownership can't be a zoning issue, form of ownership. So my view is any increase in the floor area of any building in the B2 or CBD zones requires compliance with the parking requirement. I think we've treated it that way in the past, frankly.
Okay. And again, I guess it's going to be a variance regardless if we go by the requirement for laundromat or for retail sales and services. Either way, it's gonna be a parking variance, correct? I mean, that's my opinion. I just want to make sure we're on the same page with it.
You're on mute, Mike.
With that, and normally I specify what the deviation is. So I think if we were to say that instead of saying that the commercial space needs only 3 spaces, that it needs 5 spaces. So there's a total requirement of 13 and a provision of 8. I think that would be the better way to approach it. If the board says, well, look, you can only put an X type of permitted use because of the parking requirement, I think that would be a reasonable condition if they think that's more appropriate than one that requires less of a demand. But, that, I think the differences are so minimal that I'm not sure it matters very much, but I leave that to the planners and the engineer.
Okay.
Should we continue, Mr. Chairman?
So I would like to know what we've agreed upon here and what the variances are with respect to parking, if there are any.
I believe the parking variance or the deviation in parking is a D3 deviation, just as the density is a D3 deviation. The deviation, in my view, is that if the applicant wants to limit the types of businesses that can go in here so that the deviation is reduced, he can do that. If the applicant wants to be able to put any permitted use in here, it seems like using the retail of, well, retail is 1 to 150. That's a very low ratio. So that's the issue.
So then, Mr. Mariansky, it seems to me, you need to articulate the situation with respect to parking, either you or your planner. I don't know if you're prepared to do so tonight or.
Well, we're going to address the parking situation, Mr. Chairman. I just
All
wanted, I think we've clarified that the parking is not a separate standalone variance. That was the point I wanted to make. It is part of the proofs for the D3 conditional use variance as one of the, we have 2 deviations, one for density, one for parking. So we are correct that we are seeking 2 separate variances, the D3 and the C variance for the lot coverage. And we will have that planning testimony to address both.
Okay, both. That's fine. Thank you.
Mhm.
So where are we now?
We're with our engineer, Mr. Scott. We still have more to do. Mr. Scott, let's see. I think we covered the parking area. Could you describe the proposal for the rest of the shown on the site plan for the rest of the building, and the you heard questions about the cantilever and proposed possibly columns underneath. Could you address that?
Yeah, I don't feel there's any engineering reason why that could not be accomplished to create a seamless facade across the front and still continue the parking as designed.
Okay. And what about the rest of the building? We're proposing 2 stories above the commercial space. We comply with the height requirement. Is that right?
Yes, the height would be compliant.
Now, there was a question, I believe, raised in one of the reports about the wheel stoppers that are shown on your existing conditions plan and or have disappeared from the proposal. Were those were removed by the applicant?
Those wheel stoppers belong to the parking on this site. They'll be removed and replaced with new properly installed bumpers.
Okay, and could you describe the proposed lighting, drainage, and utilities, please?
Sure. The drainage basically will be captured roof runoff with gutters and discharging to the ground surface. However, we are removing a substantial amount of impervious coverage from the site. So we would expect a corresponding decrease in overall site runoff. There are inlets directly in front of the building on the street, which would capture the stormwater runoff. The lighting is provided by an LED downlight centered on the building at the center of the cantilever structure. That will properly illuminate our parking area with some measure of lighting trespass both onto Broughton Avenue and onto the adjoining parking area. However, these are both illuminated areas already. I don't feel there's any negative impact to that. In fact, I think increased illumination in the parking areas is probably a benefit.
There won't be any spillover to residential properties, is that correct?
No.
Okay, continue.
The utilities for the existing commercial use enter the building off of Broughton. It would be our proposal to continue that service if the size of the utilities are appropriate for the determined use. And we would be proposing to bring the new utilities for the residential units off of Elston, basically in order to provide less of a impact to the traffic on Broughton when the utility connections are constructed.
Now, is there any screening or buffering proposed along the easterly and southerly property lines, or is any necessary, in your opinion?
Well, we are adjoining another parking area. We are proposing, however, some holly plantings along the easterly property line where the property line isn't coincident with the wall of our own building. And we are proposing, as I said, the additional plantings on either side of the driveway entrance to, break up that basically what was a sea of asphalt. Now we've introduced some green areas to it.
And you mentioned this building is basically on an island surrounded by two public streets and by a parking area on the other two sides. So it's not directly adjoining any residential properties, correct?
No, the nearest residential properties would be on the far side of the streets and the far side of the parking areas joining us.
Now, again, referring to your zoning information on the plan, we're showing the variances that we were requesting was for lot coverage. We were proposing 93.5% total lot coverage versus 90% permitted. Now, I think you testified that this existing property was 100% impervious coverage, correct?
That's correct. And we were able to bring that down nearly to comply. However, we need the site geometry is such that by providing the required parking, we provided the maximum amount of landscaping possible, but that left us with the 93.5%.
But we did reduce the existing impervious coverage.
We reduced it from 100% down to 93.5%, yes.
And we already discussed the parking. Your zoning information shows 8 spaces required. We've now heard from the board attorney that that's actually, well, we do not comply with the parking requirements under the conditional use standards, and that's a deviation. But we have provided as many as possible with the addition of the green area that we're proposing, correct?
That's right. So we can say that we definitely meet the RSIS standard for the residential use that are there.
Right. The only additional amount would be the parking for whatever tenant goes in the commercial space.
Exactly.
And I think you stated we comply with the height requirements. And you know if, are you aware whether there's parking permitted on the street in this area?
There is parking permitted both on Elston and on Broughton, with the exception of the areas directly abutting us on Broughton where there's a bus stop.
And the applicant, I believe, testified that in his experience, there's available parking in that area when he's there every day. So it is conceivable that the commercial tenant customers would have available parking on the street.
That's what I understood his testimony to be. And anecdotally, when I visited the site, I parked on the street in front of the site.
All right. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Mr. Scott, could you comment or explain to us how structurally the second and third floor can be supported by the existing one-story building?
Well, not having studied the structural design of the building, I can't tell you exactly what the intent is, but I'm assuming that with the addition of some steel beams, I believe it's a 6 foot or a 4 foot cantilever, certainly is something I've seen many times before.
So the structural details remain to be determined. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Questions, board?
Yes, Mr. Scott, regarding the parking, in your inspection of the area, were there any signs of no parking when there's snow removal being done? Or for street
So
cleaning?
I've seen a sign on Elston, which says no parking when road is snow covered, I believe. I'm not aware of those signs being on Broughton as well. I assume it's reasonable that they might be there. Also, I remember the testimony of Mr. Golan, who said that there was a switching of parking sides on different days. I guess on Broughton he was referring to, which would indicate that there is parking on either side of Broughton.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Mr. Scott, on your plans, you have here the sidewalk and the apron will be reconstructed.
Yes.
Also, if at the edge of your client's property, there seems to be an indication that part of the apron, sidewalk is an apron itself. It seems to indicate that. Is it currently that way, or do you intend to maintain that in the reconstruction?
The intent of, we would be maintaining the apron that services our driveway. There is an additional portion of apron, which is, I would say, a continuation of what may have one point been a wider driveway entrance to the neighboring property. I believe that should be saw cut and smooth transition for sidewalk be put in there.
So your intent is to do that?
Yeah, I mean, typically we wouldn't want to have an apron and a depressed curb in an area where we are not anticipating or desiring cars to enter.
Okay, well, okay, thank you. The other question I had concerning the plantings or the ivy. It's going to be raised so that it's shelter protected. It's going to be at ground level. And what if it's already in provisions going to be made against runoff, washing the dirt and everything away, considering that you have 2 parking lots there, and also too considering you'll have snow build up and piled up. And I mean, will the plantings? Is there any way of protecting those plantings once you put them there?
It's a good point, and certainly that could be accomplished with the addition of some curbing around those islands. That would raise the plantings up as well as preventing any runoff of mulch or dirt from those areas.
And especially runoff from both parking lots, which would tend to wash both the mulch and the plants away with time.
Yes, I would agree.
The other question too, I don't know if you spoke with the applicant, the owner, Mr. Boland, about the windows that we had brought up, on both sides of the building. As an architect, I mean, do you think that not having windows on those sides is a good look or inconsistent with the with the neighborhood, the appearance of the neighborhood, and also with the building itself?
I could really only offer you my own personal opinion on that if you'd like to hear it, like not as an engineer. I mean, I have seen windows in buildings along busy streets. I work quite often in Somerville, where we have 5- and 6-story buildings, which have windows abutting the streets.
Also, too, on your plan, it may be an old indication, but in the front of the building where the current vacant business is, there's an indication that there's a sign.
Yes.
On your new plans or your intended plan, that is still there. So do you know if there's any intentions of remaining or keeping a sign?
I hadn't been instructed that that was being removed, so we were showing it to remain. Certainly the owner might be able to give you a better answer on that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Ivan, another question?
Mr. Balnicki.
Yes, so getting back to the parking lot. So consideration is that the whole parking lot will be repaved?
Yes.
Okay. And can you comment on the parking arrangement? The handicap spot is right in blocking the entrance to the door. It's in front of the door.
No, my plan does not show that.
No.
There's a concrete sidewalk extending from the doorway out into the parking lot. I believe that comment was from an earlier review of the architect's plan.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
I didn't get that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
May I comment, please? My report is dated October 11th, and it was based on Mr. Mileto's site plan that had a lot of conflicts, such as the handicap space was directly in front of the entrance. I only received Mr. Scott's plans by email 2 days ago, and I have not had an opportunity to provide the board with a written report. But I did review the plan over the last couple of days, and I have a number of recommendations. And I don't know if you want to hear those now or wait until you hear the planning testimony, but I believe that the entire parking lot needs to be curbed. I don't want to see a 4-foot chain link fence between two parking lots. This parking lot should be completely curbed around the pavement. I need drainage. Even though it was 100% impervious, we have an opportunity right now to put drainage in, whether that's with a dry well, with an overflow out to the catch basin. I have a number of recommendations. Even Mr. Mileto's plans, I heard, first of all, he doesn't show the door on the Elston Street side where apparently the garbage is going to come out. And the applicant made a comment that he's going to separate an area back there from the ground floor retail. So I haven't had the opportunity to review any these plans with a written report, but I do have a number of comments, and I can wait till the end of the meeting to give you my comments if you want them as conditions of approval. For example, the parking lot should be striped. All the sidewalks need to be replaced. I don't know what that. Mr. Prince had a great comment. I don't know what that distance is from the easterly property line where those hollies are proposed. I really, I only have an 11x17 copy of the plan that I got through the email. I don't know how much distance there is there, if there's even enough room for the hollies to survive in there. There are a number of recommendations that I have, and I'll just leave it at that.
If I may, Michael Rubin. Mr. Marucci, I just have one question for you. I know that currently there are wheel stops along the building, but the engineering plans don't show any wheel stops along the building. There's got to be something there, right?
I'm recommending wheel stops, or else a vehicle could accidentally hit the building and hit the.
So those need to be added, wheel stops along the
Well,
building?
that's why I said I have a list. I mean,
Well,
again,
I'll tell you what we should do here is why don't we finish with the applicant's witnesses, and then when we get to the board's experts, Mr. Ritchie will have a complete opportunity to make his recommendations. And based on what they are, we may be able to make them conditions, or we may need to see revised plans. I don't know yet.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, also with that indication of revised plans, would it be wise to have that basement floor put in there because there's a 7-foot ceiling and there are, it said it was gas and electric, which does service the building. And then the owner said shelves could be put down there for the business. So that's part of the commercial. I'm a little confused over this whole thing.
I think it would be helpful to see the basement. It would help the board understand better what's happening. Any other board, any other questions for Mr. Scott?
No question, but I too would like to see a better clarity on the placement of the garbage the intent place of the residential garbage as well. I mean, I was able to follow it, but I think it would be helpful if they actually put it in the plan to see it.
Yeah, I agree. And it's certainly confusing that the door is not shown in the plans, and it makes it difficult to understand. Thank you, Mr. Prince. I see Mr. Reynolds has a question.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So when we're talking about, my question is based on my concern for the elevated infrastructure usage, given that we're adding 4 residential units. And so the question is, given the expansion of the number of residential units, does the future state of specifically water and sewer exceed allowable volume? And if not, how is that going to be remedied?
We haven't done a study on the availability of the sewer. Typically, that's a condition of approval that those sufficient capacities would exist.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steinhagen has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, and I know Mr. Rubin mentioned my participation. My client isn't objecting to the application. We just have some concerns and want to make sure that the parking situation is properly addressed, and that's where I'm gearing my questions towards. We're not opposing the application and aren't appearing as an objector. But I do have a question for Mr. Scott about the signage that his client mentioned he'd be putting up. How big do you think it would need to a sign would need to be to advise business patrons that there wasn't any parking on the site, and that parking would need to be found on the street as opposed to in any of the parking lots on Broughton Avenue, just for site distance purposes?
I believe what Mr. Golan was inferring was that there would be perhaps individual small signs for the individual spaces rather than one large sign at the entrance to the parking lot.
So it would mean that people would come onto the site and then have to turn around and go back out.
Yes.
Okay. Would it make sense that instead of doing that, to put a big sign out that says customers for XYZ business need to find parking on the street?
I think that's something the board perhaps should discuss. I'm not a fan of signage, especially large signage. I think we have a preponderance and much too much signage in general. It's a cleaner look that way.
But just without signage, how do people know that they're not supposed to park in certain places?
Well, like I said, there could be a discussion as to what they feel. I think that if you were to pull into a spot and there's a sign directly in front of you as the driver and you see it, then you would react to it.
So your proposal, even though you don't like a lot of signage, is to put 8 individual signs as opposed to one sign.
One large freestanding sign in front of the property, yeah.
Okay, all right. Now, if the board wanted a sign, where would you recommend they put it? When I say one large sign, I'm sorry, if they wanted a sign, if the board wanted one large sign that said no parking for XYZ business, where should they put it?
It would make the most sense to be at the entrance to the parking lot.
North side, south side, does it matter?
Well, that would be the south side would be the entrance to the parking area.
Well, there's 2 sides to the, I mean, there's the side where the outbound traffic comes and then where the inbound traffic comes.
Right, the entrance is on the south side of the parking driveway and the exit is on the north side of the.
Okay, so you would put it on the south side.
I would.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
I think we could hear from Mr. Fishinger on this eventually.
Eventually, yeah. And just in general, since there's no particular signage proposed, then the board would be assuming that any signage that's put up conforms with the township sign ordinance. Otherwise, the applicant would come back to this board and ask for a variance.
The directional signage is generally exempt. I mean, they could put up a sign that says residential parking only somewhere, and that might solve the problem. But I'll let Mr. Marucci and Mr. Fishinger do.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Scott? Hearing no one. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recall Mr. Mileto to testify as a professional planner.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin the next witness, I believe that 25 Lawrence is seeking to be excused.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
Molly's here.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Michael Piermai, the law firm's Gassion and Pomaco, 524 Union Avenue in Belleville, New Jersey. Appearing briefly on behalf of the applicant 3X Lawrence LLC, which was scheduled to be heard before the board tonight. Obviously, the board has a full plate. On behalf of the applicant, I'd like to request an adjournment to the January 27th, 2022 meeting with no further notice being required on the part of the applicant.
Right, you're waiving time constraints on the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, of course, the applicant agrees to waive the time constraints for the duration of the requested adjournment.
All right, thank you. Any discussion, board? Hearing no one. Is there any member of the public here regarding this? I hear no one. Board, may I have a motion to adjourn 25 Lawrence to the regular meeting of January 27th, 2022, please?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Belnicki moves. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Johnson seconds. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Is there anyone opposed? I hear no one opposed. 25 Lawrence, therefore, is adjourned to 27th of January, 2022, 7 p.m. No further notice is required.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Have a great holiday. We'll see you next year.
See you next year. Good night.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to ask about the Youngs 29 Clark? Because if 224 Broad is going to come after this, then
all right,
they're never going to be heard tonight.
That's 29 Park?
Yeah.
Yes, good evening. I'm
29
here.
Park here. It's highly unlikely we'll get to you. Would you like to adjourn?
Yes.
All right. Do you waive time constraints?
Yes, I do.
And January 27th, or would you like a later date?
January 27th is good.
All right. Is there anyone from the public here regarding 29 Park? I hear no one. Board, may I have a motion, please, to adjourn 29 Park to the regular meeting of 27 January 2022 at 7 p.m. No further notice is required.
Okay. Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
I didn't hear the motion.
Yep.
Oh, shoot.
So moved.
Mr. Wagner moves. Is there a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Prince seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing no one opposed, 29 Park is adjourned to 27 January 2022. Have a good night, sir.
You too. Thank you. Happy holidays.
You too. All right, where are we?
Chairman, before we start planning testimony, does anybody need a break?
No.
Okay.
5 minutes?
You want a 5-minute break? All right.
Yeah,
we'll-
just a 5-minute break.
Let's take a break. We'll come back at 9:50, please. 9:50. Thank you.
Yes,
Could you describe for the board the neighborhood, the types of uses, the variety of uses in the area?
yes, it's in the B2 neighborhood district, business zone. It's a mixed use zone of mixed uses, residential, commercial, combination of the two. As you go down, up and down the street on Broughton Avenue. And this would be in keeping with the neighborhood business district, that it would have the residential units above the commercial. The commercial would be left as it is, a commercial use. And we provided, in my opinion, enough parking for what we are proposing. However, that's left to the legal issues that were well argued between the attorneys, and that we need a variance if that's the position we're taking for commercial space, which would, depending upon what the use would be, Mr. Marucci, as zoning officer, would make a determination as to how many spots are required or not.
Well, let's deal with the.
That
let's deal
being
with
said-
density. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, that being said, and I think that's enough on the off-street parking issue. The owner put on the record plenty of testimony that there is adequate on-street parking and that the business occupants would use on-street parking to satisfy their requirement. As far as the appearance of the building is concerned, it's my opinion, it meets the streetscape in the area. It meets the zoning requirements as a conditional use. Don't forget, a conditional use, as long as you meet all the conditions of the conditional use, it's a permitted use. That's basically what it is. And in my opinion, the small de minimis type of requirement that we are not satisfying should allow us to build the fourth unit. If
Let's deal with that for a second. The distinction between a conditional use variance and say a standard D1 use variance, where you're proposing a use that is not allowed in the zone at all. This is not that. This is a conditional use variance where the use is permitted under conditions, correct?
Correct. Correct.
And the burden of proof is somewhat different for the two, isn't it?
It's a lot different. There's a lot of court cases, including the case of Liberty Corner that indicated that the D3 only had to meet the requirements that the building and the site can support the deviation from the permitted use. So it's my opinion that this property can support it. It would blend well with the rest of the neighborhood, and it provides new, modern, clean residential property, which is needed in the city of the town of Bloomfield. And it would satisfy that need.
Well, let's go to the
Dolan
specific deviation that we're talking about, if you would. Let's go to the specific deviation that we're talking about. We're talking about the density, which 25 units per acre is permitted in the zone. We're proposing 38 units per acre. The zone would permit 3 dwelling units above that commercial use, correct?
Yes, correct.
And we're proposing 1 additional unit. We're proposing 4.
Correct.
And would you consider that, in your opinion, a substantial deviation from the criteria?
No, it's small. It's a de minimis 0.13 difference in the density use, first of all. Secondly, the number of bedrooms that we're proposing, 6 bedrooms, that is, 1 in the 1 bedroom and 2 in the 2s, total of 6 bedrooms, would be also easily made into 3 units of 6 bedrooms, which in my opinion, the bedrooms are the sign of density, not the number of units. If I put in 10 1-bedroom units, it's not going to be 10 times the density issue if they're 1 bedrooms versus putting in 10 3-bedroom units, all because the number of bedrooms is recognized as an issue with off-street parking as well as density, in my opinion. I've always preached that. The more bedrooms, the more people. Mr. Golan has chosen to do modest 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. In my opinion, that would not draw huge issues of density and could easily be granted without prior the intent and purpose of the zone plan or the neighborhood. No negative impacts would be occurred, in my opinion, by the fact that these are 4 units instead of 3 that are permitted. 3 units at 2 bedrooms. If they were all 3 2-bedroom units, there'd be 6 bedrooms, exactly the same impact, in my opinion, on the issue of parking and on the issue of density of
So
people.
would you anticipate these proposed units to generate a substantial number of vehicles for that site?
Not at all. There's public transportation, bus stop right in front that could be utilized. And people, when renting a 1-bedroom unit, would not necessarily have 2, 3 cars. They had maybe 1. And we're providing 2 for them, which is really an excess, in my opinion, because unless both husband and wife each have a car, and that would be a potential issue. But it's been my opinion that it's a self-regulating issue. If there's not enough parking, they don't rent there. It's simple as that. They don't want to get in there, and they don't want to rent the unit because they don't have adequate parking for 3 cars or whatever the neighbor were suggesting that there might be in that unit. So I don't believe it's an overuse at all of this area.
Now, this
And
condition.
the site is particularly suited for this.
Well, this type of conditional use, this type of use in the B2 zone, isn't one of the purposes of of permitting this type of use under conditions to have residential above commercial use to provide a customer base for the commercial uses, the businesses in the neighborhood?
Absolutely. It's a perfect marriage, that if you have neighbors in the neighborhood that want to use a local bakery, grocery stores, whatever uses that are in the business zone, they support it. Hairdressers, barbers, they're all small businesses. I think we're losing the vision that this space is a small store. It's by the time we take the area out of the rear of for our garbage and so on stairway, you're going to end up with 1,000 square feet, which is undersized for most retailers. Most retailers minimum want 1,500 square feet. So this is going to be something of a very minor type of use building. Going to be 1,000 square feet at most, and that's small. It's very small, and I think it fits the site, fits the use.
Are there other types of commercial uses in the area on the ground floor that also don't have off-street parking?
All up and down Broughton, there are businesses have no parking, no off-street parking. They all rely on on-street parking, and they get along fine. They stop in, pick up their items and leave. It's as simple as that. It's not long-term shopping. It's a small shop. They're going to go there, they're going to buy their widget, they're going to take a cup of coffee, whatever it is, and go. You know, it's not a mall shopping situation where they'll park for an hour or so and go shopping, looking for a pocketbook. Anyway.
Let's address the C variance briefly, the lot coverage variance that we're seeking. We're proposing 93.5% versus 90% maximum permitted with the residential use. In your opinion, would you consider that a de minimis nonconformity?
Absolutely. It's 0.07%, first of all. Secondly, the lot currently is 100%. And I think the engineer showed clearly how the benefit of reducing that down to from 100% to 93%. And the reason for that is to put in green area, landscaping, and areas that would make that lot beautiful. If it was left at 100%, there'd be no additional variance is required because it exists. It's an existing non-conforming condition, which is being made better by the applicant.
So in your opinion, would the benefits of granting that particular variance outweigh any detriment?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you look at that site plan that was presented by the engineer, I'm embarrassed that my little site plan didn't have it on as much as he provided. And I think once Mr. Marucci has a chance to review it, he will agree that with some technical issues, curbing and so on, and handling of the drainage, that this is a very much better improved site than what exists in that neighborhood. There's none that can compare to that.
All right, let's go back to the D variances we're seeking and talk about special reasons, the so-called special reasons for the positive criteria for the granting of D variances. Is it true that we look to the purposes of the Municipal Land Use Act, and if the proposed variance would advance at least one of those purposes, that positive criteria would be satisfied?
I would like to cite that it advances A, B, C, E, and I, and I'll do them each one. The A variance is an appropriate use for this zone. There's no question that this is an appropriate use. It's a mixed building, it's mixed use building. It has the residential on the second floor, commercial on the first floor. It's the appropriate use for this site. Secondly, it's increases the safety in the building, and what's currently there, the parking lot is a free-for-all situation. This is going to be organized, signed, landscaped, lit correctly, repaved, drained correctly. So that increases the safety of the site. It will provide under C, light, air, and open space. The building is surrounded it's an island in the middle of an open space all around it, street on two sides and parking on the other side. So there's it's an ideal site for light and air and open density, an open area. Under E, the density in the neighborhood, it supports local business. There is an issue of the businesses in the area being utilized by the tenants. That's a benefit. That's the purpose of the business and allowing residential in the business zone to accommodate local people with local businesses. They don't have to go to the mall. They can go to the local parking, local hairdresser, local barber, local people in the zone. And finally, and most importantly, the building is going to be completely revamped with new materials, new structure, And that's a visual improvement. That is definitely a purpose of good planning, to get rid of in my opinion, is an eyesore right now, and putting in this improvement to the existing building that will upgrade everybody's property in the surrounding neighborhood and increase as I've seen in my history of inspections, improvement breeds improvement. This building gets improved like he does buildings, other buildings on the neighborhood will become improved as well. If you let that blight sit there, that breeds blight. It bleeds. Why should they fix up when they have that building sitting there looking at them? So it's my opinion it would greatly improve everyone's benefit in this entire neighborhood by the improvement of this building and site.
I'll throw another purpose of zoning in the mix and ask your opinion about it. One of the purposes is also to encourage the more efficient use of land. Does this proposal, in your opinion, advance that purpose?
Absolutely. It's a big open parking lot right now that's not utilized properly.
And again, that combination of residential above commercial uses to provide patrons for the businesses in the area, that would be a benefit in your opinion?
Yes, and it provides good, clean housing for the township of Bloomfield, which is needed. Rental housing is very desirable today in all the cities, so that they don't have to move out of the city when they sell their homes. They can move in and stay in the neighborhood, and it's a big benefit to the neighborhood to have those residences there, both business-wise and convenience to new occupants.
Now let's talk about the negative criteria. Can the variances, in your opinion, that we're seeking be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantially impairing the intent and purpose of the zone plan and the zoning ordinance?
None of the variances that are being requested, first of all, would be any detriment to the neighborhood or the people or the surrounding area, much less substantial. That word is not accidentally put there. The legislature says a little de minimis deviation is not what we're looking at. We're looking at substantial detriment. It's something going to make a problem, big problem in the neighborhood. This will not do that. This will not create any detriment, much less a substantial one.
And again, you talked about it earlier, but just to reiterate, the burden of proof for the D3 conditional use variance is not as stringent as for a standard use variance proposing a non-permitted use in the zone from scratch, if you will. This is a permitted use, and we are just deviating from the conditions.
Correct. It's not the same proofs at all. It was made a separate D-type variance for that reason. They took it out of the D1 and they made a D2 and D3 out of it because they realized that you're not doing something that's absolutely contradictory to the zone plan. It's a permitted use if you meet those conditions. We met most of them. The only few that we didn't are de minimis ones. The coverage and the density issue are not going to substantially be detrimental to the surrounding neighborhood.
And nor will the parking, in your opinion?
Correct. The parking, as far as I'm concerned, it has been met with the 8 units. I know there's been a lot of legal issues as to why the provision in the ordinance doesn't indicate, but I did agree with Mr. Marucci's original conclusion that no additional parking was required for the commercial use because the commercial use is not being expanded 1 inch. Matter of fact, it's being diminished by use of it for other purposes than the retail or commercial use. So it's my opinion that his original decision was correct, and that if you expanded the commercial space, I can agree with Mr. Rubin. Then you got to get combined parking. But in my opinion, the language that I read in the ordinance indicates clearly that no additional parking is required unless the gross rentable, leasable area is increased. And I don't think they envision the residential expansion, if you would, as an expansion of the commercial use, which is what the parking parking exception really was aimed at. If you expand the commercial, then you need more parking. There's no question about it. But the existing is not being expanded 1 inch. What's there is that's it.
And we're providing the needed parking, the required parking for the residential space that we're proposing, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, let me just respond to that. If you can look at it another way, you're eliminating the commercial parking to accommodate the residential. If you're eliminating parking, you need a variance to eliminate that parking. So there is currently commercial parking on the site. They are removing it to accommodate the residential. They need a parking variance. There isn't any two ways about it.
Well, it's not a parking variance, it's a deviation, it's another deviation from the D3.
They need a variance for the deviation for from parking. They're removing the commercial spaces to accommodate the residential. How they could possibly argue that that doesn't implicate a variance for the commercial spaces they're removing is beyond me.
I think it was well argued. We are requesting a variance for the off-street parking of the commercial space. I just gave you my opinion of it, which agreed with the original from Mr. Marucci, but Michael explains it a little differently. So yes, we need variance for off-street parking, but in my opinion, we could take the landscaping out, bring us back to the 100% coverage, and there were 10 parking spaces there. That's not good planning. What the engineer did on his plan is good planning. He took out a couple of parking spots and used them for greenery and beautification of the site. And I congratulate him for that. I wish I'd have thought about it. Therefore, it is my opinion that this application can be granted without substantial detriment to the neighborhood, without impairing the intent and purpose of the zone plan or the master plan for the town of Bloomfield, and should be approved with conditions. As far as, that's it. Unless there's other questions, I have no further testimony.
Questions from Mr. Mileto, please.
I have a question, Mr. Mileto. When you looked at the surrounding properties in this area, did you find any comparable residential developments with the same densities as what's proposed?
You mean new or existing?
Well, existing from what's there right now.
Of when you say there, not this site, other sites in the neighborhood?
Surrounding this,
right,
within the vicinity of this
Yes.
project site. Did
Yes,
you find
in the vicinity of it? Yes.
That had four units, or let's say more?
More than 4.
How close were they?
Within the several blocks.
Were they also, do you know if they were in the B2 as well?
I'm sorry,
Were they also in the B2 district?
I'm not sure. I didn't check the zoning, lines are invisible, and unless I check it on the zoning map, it wasn't an issue for me to discuss. So I didn't check what zone it was in. I just checked the neighborhood. That's important more than the zone line. The zone line's an invisible line, and the impact is not visualized. It's visualized if it's a building 2 blocks away, whether it's in the zone or not in the zone, it's there. And it doesn't matter what zone it's in my opinion. Because it blends. It's a mixed use. This whole area is a mixed use. And unless you're going to have complete strict zone lines and no deviations whatsoever, we dismiss the zoning board. They don't have anything to do from now on. But that's not the way zoning works or good planning works. There are areas that are mixed, and this is one. And it's very difficult to zone because I've done zoning ordinances and they attempt to design those zones to what's there. It's impossible. The zone line would be zigzagging up and down the street. That's my answer.
Okay. I know you talked about that the proposed project doesn't have any negative detriments to the master plan. Did you find supportive language in favor of the project in the master plan?
I've done other projects in Bloomfield, yes, that were not contradictory to, but not necessarily in strict conformance with the master plan. They've been, yes, that's what the zoning boards do. They adjust. They're a board of adjustment. And that's legislation recognized that. You cannot design a plan for a city, no matter how you try, to be perfect. It needs to be adjusted item by item, case by case. What up the street might have been granted, 10 years ago or 15 years ago may not have been granted tomorrow. It's a flexible issue. It's not, zoning is just not perfect. It's not. There's no perfect zoning. Each one has to be heard on its own merits. In my opinion, this has the merits to be granted. This will not impair anybody's detriment in this neighborhood. It'll only improve it. This improvement will encourage other businesses and properties in that area to beautify their property. They take one look at what Mr. Golan finished, and you'll see that they will want to improve theirs as well. That's my opinion. And that's my experience, not only as a planner, but as a zoning officer for 20 years. I witnessed it happen. New buildings, new work. Everybody improves their places. Don't do it. Let it go down the toilet. It will go down the toilet.
Thank you.
And good proof of that. There's been proof after proof. I keep using the Ironbound section in Newark as a perfect example. There was a dump. That area was a dump. You can't buy property now there in less than $500,000. Even the community got together and one at a time improved the structures, improved the properties, improved the streets. And that's my heart in it. I am very proud of the buildings that got approved, have been built, and I haven't seen anything to be detrimental to the neighborhood ever that I've studied and approved. I'll get off the soapbox.
Any other questions from Mr. Mileto? Does any member of the public have a question for Mr. Mileto?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was on mute. I do have a question for Mr. Mileto.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Mileto, as a planner, do you feel that the design of a solid wall on the side of the building as presented by you, the architect, is appropriate, for the neighborhood? Now, I understand that you mentioned that buildings are looked at from a different profile, but another profile is that flat view as well.
I did not consider more windows, as I said, because they are a detriment. If you live on a busy street, your bedroom's on a busy street, those windows are not going to be soundproof at all. They're going to be activity, and that you're going to find that those windows are going to be covered when the tenants get in there, because they want privacy in a bedroom, and they wouldn't have it if that's on that main street, first of all. And I don't think it's going to be noticed the way you feel it from the elevations, because you do visualize the building in perspective. You'll see two sides to it at any time, unless you just stop dead center of it and look at it. And these elevations that are drawn as if you were 14 feet in the air. That's the way they appear on my plan, because that's the way it looks. Now, from the ground, you're not going to see half of that roof that's up there on a perspective looking up. It's going to be much less of an impact.
But isn't it it's the wall that we're more concerned about than the roof itself?
Right.
But also too, couldn't some of that have been mitigated by the position that you placed the bedroom? Had the bedroom been placed more towards the eastern wall, that issue with privacy and sound would have been somewhat mitigated?
That reversing that plan would create a problem for me producing windows on the eastern side of the building, because that's where the stairway is. That would mean we should have to move the stairway to the front, move the entrance to the front. It just
is there currently
this is the way I laid it out, and I believe it's a good way to do it.
Sure. Is there currently a stairwell there now?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Is there currently a stairwell on that structure now?
No, not the one that we're putting in. No, there's one going into the lower level.
So there's no reason why you can't move the stairwell.
No, they're right. I could, but then it would take up the window space on that end of the building. That you couldn't put windows in there. You could put a few. Then you defeated the idea of adding windows to the Broughton Avenue side of the building, because now you got a stairwell in there. Can't put a window in the stairwell. That's against the code.
You probably could.
Unless you put in tempered glass, because in a stairwell you cannot put a window in. Anyway, there's a lot of issues. I have no problem if the applicant wants, and he's indicated that he'll put all the windows in you want. He loves windows, and I don't think that's an issue at all. We'll play as many windows as you want, in where you want them, as long as they are reasonable requests. He indicated that in his own testimony tonight.
Okay.
He wants to make everybody happy.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Mileto? Any other questions? Public? No?
I don't see anybody's hands up either.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mileto.
We have no further witnesses, Mr. Chairman.
Wait, Mr. Chairman, could I ask a couple questions? I'm sorry. This is Daniel Steinhagen again, and I apologize. I'm going to be brief, I apologize for sounding like a broken record. I'm going to ask a couple questions about the parking. Mr. Mileto, you testified that you didn't see any negative impacts associated with this project. Now, let's say hypothetically, and I know we like to talk in reality, but let's say Instead of street parking, the business customers decide they don't want to park on the street because there is no parking on the street. If they parked in my client's parking lot, would that be a substantial impact to my client?
Of course.
How
Not
would you?
substantial. I don't know how often it would happen.
I understand.
But it would be a problem.
And I'm not suggesting that it's going to happen. But what would you suggest as a planner to mitigate the possibility of that happening?
Policing. You'd have
By
to.
whom?
Whoever is being offended. If somebody comes and parks in my driveway, I expect to go there and tell them get off.
So then
I'm not going to call my neighbor and say, would you tell your person to get off my property? No, it's my property. Get off.
So you want to put the burden on my client
Property
if it
owner.
happens.
Mr. Steinhagen, that's who the burden is today. That car could be for anybody else. It doesn't necessarily have to come from him.
I understand,
And that burden would be
Mr.
his.
Rubin, but
That
Mr.
burden is
Rubin,
his.
they're
Mr. Steinhagen,
adding
please.
extra
Mr.
cars
Steinhagen,
onto this
please.
property.
Mr. Steinhagen, please. That burden is his regardless. It's his today. It will continue to be his regardless of where that car comes from. It's not necessarily going to come from this site. If you're worried about people parking in that parking lot today, it must mean that people must be parking in that parking lot today with no business going on there.
Not
come
necessarily,
on,
Mr.
let's
Rubin.
be realistic here, please. Let's not waste the board's time. with
That was my only
that are just
question.
not
And
realistic.
I'm done.
Thank
I'm
you.
done. We don't have to go back and forth on it. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinhagen. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Mileto.
That's our application, Mr. Chairman. No further witnesses.
All right, we'll get to the board's witnesses. I'd like to take them in the order of the board's engineer, the board's traffic expert, and then the board's planner, please. Mr. Marucci.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board,
And you're under
this
oath
application
already,
is,
Yes.
I've already been sworn in.
That's good.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, this application is more about the D variance or the conditional use variance than it is about engineering. As I said before, I just got these revised plans and I have a number of suggestions and recommendations that if the board approves the application, first of all, the architectural plans need to be revised to show the door that's on the Elston Street side on the elevation, to show the first floor plan for the refuse area, and also to expand the front facade on Broughton Avenue so that you don't see the overhang, and also a basement floor plan. Then I'll also throw out, I know there was some discussion about stucco, but I'll leave that up to the board if you want to leave the stucco or have it all stone finished. With respect to the site plan, I can attest to the fact that this is not in a flood zone. I want to be clear on that. With respect to utilities, I obviously am very familiar with our water and sewer facilities, and there is plenty of capacity both for water and sewer. They will be required to put a new water line in for the sprinkler system because I 100% am positive that the existing water line will not be sufficient for that. I recommend that the entire parking lot be curbed, and that will delineate the subject property from the adjacent properties, the adjacent parking lots. I really they had proposed a chain link fence to separate it. I really don't think the chain link fence is attractive. I'd rather see the curbing there. With respect to drainage, even though this property was 100% impervious, there's an opportunity now to collect that drainage before it just sheet flows out to Broughton Avenue. I believe that a trench drain should be designed across the driveway and a dry well to hold some of that water, to retain some of that water before it goes out to Broughton Avenue. All of the sidewalks need to be replaced. Tire stops also need to be placed in the parking lot where the spaces face the building so that, again, no car accidentally hits the building. The handicap parking space needs the appropriate signage, and that needs to be put on the plan. The parking lot itself needs to be striped, and construction details of all the improvements are required on the site plan. And I've asked for a signed and sealed copy of the survey, and I have not received that yet either. But these are conditions the board can place on the plan if the board chooses to act favorably on the application. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Marucci, please, board.
I have a question. So how is the parking being resolved with commercial and the residential? I mean, I think that's very important. And before any vote can be taken, we have to know exactly what's going on here with the parking.
Well, as Mr. Rubin stated, they need a variance. They're only going to have 8 parking spaces, and the 8 parking spaces, if the residential doesn't need all 8, some of the spaces can be used for the commercial use, but they need a variance.
So what you're saying, Mr. Rucci, is that the residential spaces can be used also for the commercial spaces?
Again, it depends. Mr. Mileto made the argument that with 6 bedrooms, you may only need 6 parking spaces. Again, this is up to the board to balance it out. Obviously, the site is small. You only have 8 parking spaces. And the other argument could be that the commercial use could use the spaces during the day and the residents can use it in the evening. But again, there is a variance required for parking.
And that variance is part of the D3 analysis. Mr. Fishinger, I think, is going to be able to shed a fair amount of light, I hope, on this whole parking thing and whether or not it can work with only residential on site and how one would, sign that if necessary to ensure that that's the way it works. And we haven't heard from
let me ask a silly question. Would a lot of these concerns be alleviated if we're talking about 2 units instead of 4 units being built?
You're asking me? Of course.
Okay.
If there were 2 units, you would need less parking for the residential and
some of the commercial could be accommodated.
You again, the site has 8 parking spaces. If it were 2 units, you'd have technically 4 spaces for the residential and 4 spaces for the commercial. And based on the square footage, probably don't need a variance at that point. I would have to calculate it, but if we're only talking 1,000 square feet of retail, you may not need a variance at that point, if that was the case.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marucci.
Anyone else? Questions for Mr. Marucci? Any member of the public have a question for Mr. Marucci?
I don't see anybody's hands, Chairman.
No one? All right. Thank you, Mr. Marucci.
Mr. Chairman, John Kiaya speaking. It doesn't look like we're going to get a witness on tonight.
Would you like to adjourn?
If you would entertain it at this time, I apologize for the interruption.
No problem. To January 27th or
Yes.
another date?
And we naturally waive any time constraints. Yes, the 27th.
All right. Any member of the public here regarding, what's your address?
223 Broad Street. 224 Broad Street, forgive me.
224 Broad Street. Anyone here? I hear no one.
Well, there
Board,
was.
any
I'm not sure if any of them are still signed on. I guess not.
I guess not.
No.
All right. Board, may I have a motion to adjourn 224 Broad Street to the regular meeting of January 27th? No further notice.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Johnson moved it, is that right?
Right, yes.
Second, who's the second?
I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Prince seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing no one opposed.
224.
224 Broad Street is adjourned to the regular meeting of January 27, 2022. No further notice is required. Have a good evening.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Steve.
Happy New Year, Mr. Kiaya.
Thank you all.
Good night. All right. So we're done with Mr. Could I ask, I'm going to say I have a question for Mr. Marucci, which I neglected to ask before we excused him. Mr. Marucci, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
This issue about the windows and their windows that face or that are installed in a building that are on, that lies on the property line. Does that apply to the windows that face the public streets as well as windows that face other properties, private properties?
In my opinion, no, because if anything, that's where you would want your fire department to have access to those upper floors from the public right of way. Obviously, from the private sidelines, you would have to maintain a 5-foot distance. But I don't believe you need to on the right of ways, on the public right of ways. That's my opinion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marucci.
Welcome.
Mr. Fissinger, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Could you give us the benefit of your analysis, please?
Raise your right hand, Mr. Fisher. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name for the record.
It's Joseph Fishinger with Brightview Engineering.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm at a little bit of a loss for specifics. I actually wasn't retained for this specific application. So I didn't do an in-depth review of the plans. What I can say is, in general, a mixed use like this, they would benefit from a shared parking arrangement that typically the retail use and the residential are not using the site at the same time. When during the day when the retail's in operation, most people are out at work. So there will be some benefit from having both retail and residential on the site in the ability to share that parking, but without knowing the type of use or how much parking it's going to need at an individual time, it's tough to say how many, keeping in mind that you're talking about 8 parking spaces. It's not a very large overflow to begin with. Unless you have a use that goes in there that is busy on Sunday mornings or late at night when the residential is most people are home, there will be some interaction between the two. Unfortunately, I can't give you any numerical specifics because I didn't go through the application in detail.
Mr. Fishinger was staying on because he was part of 224 Broad Street.
Oh, I see.
Right.
That's correct.
We only retained Nishuane. You guys only decided on Nishuane for this one.
All right. All right. Well, as long as we're putting Mr. Fishinger on the spot, does anyone have any questions for us?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask Mr. Fishinger, you heard the testimony that the commercial space existing is going to be reduced possibly to as little as 1,000 square feet. Would you anticipate an area of that small space to generate a great need for parking?
No, it wouldn't. I would imagine, as I heard in the testimony earlier, that it would be a small neighborhood type retail use, not something where someone would need to park there for long periods of time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fissinger. Last but not least, Mr. Martini.
Mr. Martini, did we swear you in? I don't think we did at all.
Yeah,
we?
I'm
Okay.
sworn in.
Okay, you're still under oath.
Okay, thank you. So as we've been discussing for this project, it calls for a D3 conditional use variance for the deviations of the conditions of residential density and minimum parking spaces, as well as the C variance for exceeding maximum lot coverage. I did note in my review letter that a D5 density variance would be required. However, that's covered under the D3 because that condition is density. I also on the record, I did not receive the civil engineering site plans, so I did not review them, and then I cannot comment on them at this time.
Didn't receive what?
The civil engineering site plans that I didn't. They might have been sent by email. I didn't see them.
Everything was sent together. I'm not sure how you would have been missing the plans.
Mr. Marucci said he got them by email a couple days ago. For some reason, I didn't get them.
Oh, was this something that was mailed in?
No, he said he got them by email, so they were not mailed in.
Mr. Mariansky, if I may, Mr. Mariansky.
I emailed it to Mr. Marucci, but the applicant dropped off hand-delivered the site plan.
Right, and did everybody else receive so it was something I had to mail out?
Yes,
Okay, did everybody else receive those?
I did.
All right, maybe it was my oversight. I apologize.
It's okay. I was just saying that I didn't get a chance. I didn't receive them, so I didn't review them.
Okay.
That's all. Sorry to put you on the spot, Nicole.
That's okay. I like I said, it could have been an oversight. I thought I usually, send them out to everybody all at once. Maybe I just missed you guys. I don't know.
It's okay.
All
So,
right,
the mixed use nature of this project is consistent with the B2 neighborhood commercial corridor along Broughton Avenue. And it does in that sense fit what's going on there. However, I do agree with what the board members were saying, that the lack of windows along the facade are inconsistent with the mixed use buildings that are present there. And also on that note, the density doesn't seem to jive as well, since it doesn't look like those buildings are more than 2 units above the commercial. Now, although, and I know this was kind of touched upon during Mr. Marucci's testimony, although the proposed building height is compliant, my recommendation would be to reduce the building by a floor. This way, the parking would I believe would come into compliance, and the density would be more consistent with what is surrounding in that area with the mixed use buildings that are nearby that I believe are 2 units at most that are above the commercial. So that would be the one recommendation that I would say to help ease the impact of this proposed project along Broughton Avenue. And that's pretty much the comments that I have at this time.
all right. Thank you, Mr. Martini. Board questions for Mr. Martini?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So you mentioned that your recommendation is for 2 stories or for a first floor and a second floor?
Yeah, so it would be the existing first floor, and then the second floor would be the one bedroom unit and 1 2-bedroom unit. So eliminating that third floor that had also 1 bedroom unit, 1 2-bedroom unit.
Okay, and that would also assist with the parking as well, from my
Yes.
understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And just given the surrounding area, I mean, I take that route many times. I just want to make sure I confirm my assumption is that there are not many establishments along there that have a third story or a third full story, as opposed to a half story. Is that correct? Is my
From my look at the site and visiting the site, I believe there's only one other building along Broughton Avenue. I think it's 104 Broughton. Everything else is 2 stories. If they're mixed use, it's mixed use on the bottom, I mean, commercial on the bottom with residential on top. But I do not, from what I checked tax records too, and they seem to be just 2 units above the commercial.
And one last question, I apologize. Is this abutting another zone? This abuts the R2 or is it R1?
Is. I believe it's R2. I have the zoning map in my memo. Bear with me. I believe it's R2. It's R1B. This is at the edge of the B2, and then proceeding north along Brown Avenue is R1B.
Okay.
It's also just on, it's R1B if you go on Elston too. So this is kind of like the northeast corner of the B2.
Understood. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Martini? Does any member of the public have a question for Mr. Martini?
Nope.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Martini.
Thank you.
Is there any member of the public who wishes to be sworn in and provide testimony? Anyone?
They're all muted.
Yeah, I mean, any residents that are left on, this is your opportunity to just speak if you'd like. That's what the chairman's trying to ask you.
Okay, could I speak?
Yep, raise your right hand.
Yeah, I need to see do you have your audio, your
Oh,
video?
I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Just state your name and address for the record.
Okay, Nida Cedeno, 135 Broughton Avenue.
Thank you.
In Bloomfield. Okay. No, I do agree what they're saying. If they do it like only like one more floor with 2 families, because mostly that's what it is in this area. And when it snows, nobody could park on Broughton or on one side of Elston at all, because they changed that over like 2 years ago. It's only one side for parking and no parking at all on Broughton Avenue. So with that being said, if it's only like 2 families, then they'll always have their parking, but I do agree with that 100%. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I don't see anybody else's hands.
All right. I'll say the time for public hearing is closed, I guess. Board, do we want to see revised plans before we deliberate on this?
Would agree with that. I would very much be in favor of that, seeing revised plans before vote is taken.
I would concur with Mr. Balnicki. I would like to see the revised plan of the issues that we brought up.
Including all of Mr. Marucci's comments.
Most certainly.
All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree.
Mr. Wagner agrees. Anyone else? All right, Mr. Mariansky.
Well, Mr. Chairman, is the board moving on that, on a motion to carry it to get revised plans before?
We'll do that. I mean, the choice is we would grant an adjournment if you wish to produce revised plans that take all of these things into consideration. Mr. Marucci's comments, our planners, Mr. Martini's comments. If you want an adjournment to consider this and create revised plans, I'm sure the board would grant it. Or we could just take a vote right now based on what's in front of us.
Could I have a moment to check with my client?
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the question my client has asked is if we make all the revisions that Mr. Marucci has recommended to the plans, as well as some of the issues that the board members raised about windows, et cetera, if we make all those revisions, would the board look favorably upon the application, I guess is what he's asking. Is that something that we are, I guess what he's asking is, are we wasting our time putting off for another month and making all these revisions if the board is not amenable to the number of units we're proposing, I guess?
Well, I think you've heard that certain board members have concerns, as well as our planner has concerns about the density and how many of the issues can be resolved by reducing density. So I would think that you would give strong consideration to that. I can't tell you. There's no way I can tell you in advance what the board's decision is going to be.
Oh, so one of the revisions of the plans that you're suggesting is that we reduce the number of units.
You've heard what's been said. I can't tell you what to do, but that certainly has been expressed as a concern by several members and by professionals.
Yeah, but that is something I don't think the applicant wants to do. We would certainly be willing to make the other revisions, the engineering revisions that Mr. Marucci suggested and whatnot, but the number of units was not, I believe, something that he would want to do. So if that would not be a reason to carry it to make that revision, because I don't think that's one that he's wishes to make.
Okay.
He would certainly make any and all other recommendations that has been suggested with respect to the windows, the architecture, the engineering. All those things are not a problem. But those could be imposed as conditions on a decision that the board makes this evening.
Well, I think the board has already expressed that even on those conditions, they wish to see revised plans.
Well, that's the
drainage and the windows and so forth. And so where's the garbage? Where's the door, the invisible door that we don't see on the plans, et cetera?
That's another matter. We would certainly be willing to do that and to adjourn the application to make those revisions. But I don't want to give the impression that one of the revisions would be to reduce the number of units, because that's not going to be proposed. But we would certainly make all the other changes to the plans that the board desires and that Mr. Marucci commented on.
All right. Board, let's have a discussion on the density issue. Is this a
issue right there?
What?
Density.
And in that respect, Mr. Chairman, I would just point out that there's been discussion about reducing it to 2 units, I believe, when 3 are permitted under the ordinance. So the applicant would not consider reducing it to less than what's permitted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, are you asking, Mr. Chairman, how do we feel about the density?
Yep. Do we need to see, or do we feel that it's necessary to see a reduction in the density? I think is the question.
I feel it's necessary to do a reduction in density to meet the requirements. One of the things that was pointed out by another board member, as well as our engineers, that we do not know what business will go in there. Yeah, it will be a small one and it will be a community-based one, but will it be one requiring day parking? We just don't know. That's an unknown. That was not proposed. So because it is in it is already a pre-existing business and zone, in that zone, anything could go in there. We don't have any knowledge of it. And I think, as Mr. Rubin had pointed out, then if we're going to do that, then we should schedule it on the maximum that's that would be required. Therefore, his parking would be under.
Yes.
I would agree with Mr. Prince. I think given the fact that there's the neighboring property has a representative here, specifically with regards with concerns to the parking shows that there is, as well as my own driving by and seeing all the signs, there are a lot of signs at this property that have, you'll be towed if you park here. It's showing that there is a challenge with that, and density would resolve that or at least mitigate it in some circumstances.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wagner.
I also, with what Mr. Wagner has said with the neighbor, you know, she in the beginning had great concern over the total project and that, and then at the end she expressed her, you know, acceptance, so to speak, of if the project the density was you know, reduced. So I think that should definitely be, you know, taken into consideration, and also pointed out that you know, the other businesses, small businesses that are on Broughton Avenue are 2 stories, you know, apartments above, you know, the commercial.
All right, thank you, Mr. Belnicki. Ms. Brown, you have a comment? Ms. Brown?
Yes, I want to just share the concerns of my colleagues, and I believe also the recommendations of our professional. So I think if the density is there's no reason to afford a waiver here. I think they should consider the recommendations of the planner and go to 1 story. And I think that would help to mitigate the parking, but some of the other issues, garbage and such too. So I take a lot of weight to what the neighbor said. That should be, in my mind, that carries significant weight.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Anyone else? Anyone else? I certainly concur with my colleagues that a reduction in density would mitigate issues that have been identified. So, Mr. Mariansky, you've heard the sense of the board, and
Yes, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question at this point is it possible or conceivable to, for the board to vote on this application with the condition that the density be reduced to 3 apartment units rather than 4, along with the other conditions?
yeah, that's a possibility.
Can I just intercede here for a second? First of all the board members have expressed, or not, most of them have expressed their sentiment that they don't want to vote on this without seeing revised plans that would show the changes that were sought, both architecturally and engineering. So the idea that we could vote now makes no sense given that the sentiment expressed by those board members. Secondly, I'm not sure that I think the board needs to be more explicit as to whether their concern is the number of units or the lack of commercial parking on site. And the reason I say that is because if they bring this down to 3 units, but the 3rd unit is on the 2nd floor and is a 3-bedroom unit, I'm not sure that that's going to alter the parking sufficiently to, I don't know whether that would alter the parking ratio sufficiently to satisfy the board that there would be sufficient commercial parking on site. So I think that the board needs to express to the applicant more specifically whether their concern is really density or the lack of commercial parking that the density is imposing upon this site. I think they're 2 different issues.
Well, in my opinion, it's me personally, it's both. And I'll defer to other board members to get their opinion.
I agree with the Chairman Michalski, because I think the commercial parking and the density are intertwined, okay? And if we have to go by the maximum parking spaces for commercial, okay, down below, then, you know, I would say, you know, it should be, you know, 2-story, 2, you know, commercial on the bottom and 2 units on top.
I'm suggesting to you that they're not intertwined because the permitted density is 3 units. And so if they eliminate 1 unit, they can still have a 3-story building. They're within the permitted height. They would meet the density, but they wouldn't meet the parking. So the question is that okay? You need to, if you're going to give them direction,
My
then you
opinion
need to
right
give
now,
them direction.
in my opinion right now, with not knowing about that commercial, how much commercial parking is needed as to what's going to go there, and all the other architectural things you want to see, the invisible back door and all of that, I would be very much against this.
1,000 square feet of retail needs 7 parking spaces.
Okay.
So if you're, even if I don't know what the ratio is for a 3-bedroom unit, I think it's 2.1. So if it's 2.1,
then it might be up to the applicant to figure out the math for the parking spaces and make it work.
But you need to tell him whether you're concerned about the density or the parking, because he can meet the density without changing the parking. He meets the height, he meets the density, he can meet everything with 3 units on this site except the parking. So you need to tell him whether or not it's the density or the parking. Because if it's the parking and he goes down to 3 units and he ends up in the same parking space and you come back and say, well, it's the parking, I'm going to vote against it. That's not really fair to the applicant.
And I would propose that we consider it to be the parking. The parking is an issue on his property and with his proposal, and the parking is an issue in the vicinity as well. He must meet the requirements of parking on his property for what he wants to do.
I tend to agree with Mr. Prince only because we did have another business owner, attorney, giving his opinion, his opinion on this project, and his total concern was about the parking.
I'd like to add that I guess I'm torn. I don't know why, and I with all due respect, why we have to choose parking or density. I mean, he's seeking waivers for both. Is it not possible to say that they're both of importance?
Mr. Brown, maybe you didn't hear what I said. He can comply with the density by removing 1 unit, leaving it as a 3-story building, put a 3-bedroom unit on the 3rd floor, and probably not change the parking demand all that significantly for the residential component. That's what I'm suggesting to you. So he would meet the density, he would meet the height, and the only thing he wouldn't meet would be the parking. And if it's density is the problem and not parking, tell him. If it's parking, tell him.
Understood. So with that, thank you for clarifying that for me. I would concur with my colleagues. I think we should be concerned about the parking, because with that, I think some of the other issues will fall into line.
Plus also just taking this a little bit further with 3 units and going that the 2 units above, and as Mr. Rubin said, a 3-bedroom unit up above, I think that the building could really be designed uniquely in that area with the 1 3-bedroom apartment up, rather than it just going up as a square block. Okay, so that's why I think I'm now thinking the density is less of an issue. It's the parking that's the issue there.
Yeah, I think the density was more of a means to an end for the parking, the way we were discussing it previously as well. So I think it all ends up at the parking. But I think also what Mr. Rubin had said previously is that essentially the residential units are taking the parking away from the commercial. So I mean that's what resonated with me before. So I think it all ends up with the parking.
The residential units do cannibalize the parking, but you're right. We'll never win if we give away all the parking.
If you want to restrict the parking in a lot, put a gate and card system on it. So they can only get in and out, have the gate go down and they have a card to put in the gate and goes up and down. And you restrict it just to the residential parking that way. I mean, I'm for some type of development there, project there, and I think with the people involved, they have the imagination and uniqueness to make this work. I want to see it work.
I agree with you, Mr. Belnicki, about having development there. And it would be nice if required. And I'm not fully on board with Ms. Mileto's theory about the blight. However, it does need to have some improvement there. And I do like the fact that the applicant has attempted to do so. But parking is a great issue. The neighboring office not taking into consideration parking period in this town, and specifically at this moment on Broughton Avenue, is a great issue. And we really do need to take in consideration the fact that by adding more people, and again, I don't agree with Mr. Mileto in stating that the number of cars is the factor. Maybe at one time it was, but today it's price. It's the pricing of the dwelling and cars. People are not concerned about the cars. They'll try and make it fit if they have more than one car. And in general, most of us have more than one car, regardless of where we're living. So to me, it's the pricing of the resident and not the number of parking spaces available that a resident will look at. So parking is an issue, and we need to consider that that an applicant, the applicant needs to contain, as much as of his parking on his property as he possibly can, so as not to be adding more cars to already overcrowded streets.
Are you suggesting that perhaps the applicant should consider reducing the assignment of parking for residential because they don't necessarily need what RSIS demands, and assigning some of those spaces for the commercial?
However he wants to do it. I believe it was you who stated that since we do not know what type of commercial will be there, he needs to accommodate parking for the maximum. And that would, for that size commercial space, and you said that will be what, 5?
He cannot, the 1,000 square feet of commercial space a retail space at 150 per is 7 spaces. He cannot accommodate any residential and the maximum amount of parking demand for the commercial. There has to be, if you want any residential built on this, there has to be some give on the parking. They cannot meet the total required demand of the retail and any residential. I mean, right now, the required demand for the 1,500 square feet for retail is 10 spaces. You've seen the design. 10 spaces is a squeeze on this site. So they can never meet the combined demand of their residential and commercial. If you're going to suggest to them that they're going to be allowed to put any residential on this site, you're going to have to grant some parking deviation under the D3 standard. So the question that what I'm trying to get you to do is you're trying to tell them what direction to go in, but frankly, I think you need to do a better job of that. Because I don't think that you've given them sufficient direction, given the limitations of the site. They cannot meet the combined marking demand of their commercial and any residential.
Is it our responsibility to give him directions as to what it is he needs to do?
But that you made that decision. He's been doing it for the last half hour.
He could also.
That's what the chairman asked you to do.
We can also suggest that he put in underground parking. We can also suggest that he put in elevated parking.
No.
Is he willing to do
That's
that?
not what I'm suggesting. What I'm saying is you've been asked to give him direction on how he can change this project to satisfy your demands or your concerns. The problem is your concerns can't be satisfied as they've been expressed so far, which is that he has to meet the total parking demand of both the residential and commercial. So the question is not how to do it, but what is it that you want him to accomplish? Do you want him to accomplish less parking for the residential because he doesn't need what RSIS requires and then he could give some of that to the commercial? Do you want him to have only 2 units, which would still require deviation, but that would require 4 spaces, and then he'd have 4 spaces for commercial, not the 7 that were required? You've got to give him direction. You can't allow him to come back here with revised plans and then vote it down. That's not fair.
Mr. Rubin? What about the suggestion that they eliminate the commercial and just have residential? That would reduce the number of required spaces and would give us more leg room in trying to come up with a compromise. But
I
for
don't know,
us to,
Ms. Brown, if you put 2 residential on the ground floor, that's more parking.
more than the commercial requires
No, but
7.
it's still more than what's going to be on site.
Yeah,
Right
but
now
it's
they
less
have
than the
4
combined
units,
total.
But now they have 4 units and 8 spaces, which is exactly what they need for residential. If you add 2 more units, they don't have enough parking.
And this is B2, and you're supposed to have commercial on the ground floor.
So that
We're
would be another
supposed to have
deviation.
commercial.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, does the applicant address the board? He wanted to just comment on some of these things that are being raised. If you could comment.
If I could have one comment prior to that, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
So one thing that was brought up prior to this, well, way further back in the testimony of the application, was the fact that we don't know what's going in the commercial space. Is there a stipulation that we're able to impose on a condition in terms of if there's since that's a wild card and the commercial is what we're talking about here and the applicant is seeking to add on residential, is there any condition on the commercial space as they're seeking applicants for that space that would minimize or make it a de minimis issue for the parking?
You can't make it de minimis. I mean, even if 1 to 500 leaves you with 3 space deviation. And the other thing is, do you want this commercial space filled? The more you limit what could go in there,
Yeah.
the less likely it's going to ever get filled.
I'm just stating what was stated earlier in the application. It was mentioned earlier, but
I think you should approach this on the 1 to 150 ratio, which is 10 spaces at 1,500 square feet and 7 spaces at 1,000 square feet. I think you need to recognize that they can't fit the parking here. So what are you going to do about it?
Take a vote right now and be done with it.
You can vote right now and turn it down and leave it for them to come back with a revised application or sue. Or you can say to them, as I apparently have been trying to do, this is where I think you should go.
Can I say something? Can I say?
Address the board.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll give you my point of view. All the concerns you guys bringing up make sense in a way, but I'll tell you my point of view as somebody that is on the street every day. I think it's not right and not fair that there are over 10 or 12 businesses over there, okay, with not a single parking spot. I want to improve. I'm going to put, and I just said yes to anything you say because I want the good for this building and for the town, and we have the same interest here. So I say yes to anything you want me to do. As simple as that, as much as windows, improvements, drainage. Each word is $10,000, each sentence here. But I have no problem doing it because my buildings, I keep them for long term. I did not sell a single building because I keep them and I keep them right. I build them right and it works for everybody. I never built a building that was hurting the neighborhood. This building that I'm trying to build here is great improvement. And I'll give you my point of view, because it's also, at the end of the day, we're talking about economical point of view. My point of view, I can rent this, excuse my French, this piece of crap, disgusting, ugly eyesore building with the parking, the way it is, just the way it is. I have a medical supply begging me to rent it, okay? And it's gonna be a secretary and another guy over there. But they need the parking because they wanna be back and forth, they wanna be by themselves. I'm gonna make more money renting it just like this without putting a penny, because what I'm putting here is maybe 8 or 10 years of rent that I'm gonna get, okay? And it's gonna be the same income I'm gonna get with the two apartments above it. So 2 apartments, for me, I'm just, you guys decide whatever you decide. I respect you, each one here is a great person, but two apartments, I will not do it. I'm just telling you, the building stays the same way it is. I'll fix, the sidewalk, I have to fix it. I'll do whatever I have to do. And I rent it triple net. I have a list of people calling me, begging me, a daycare, and like billion people. And I'm gonna make more money renting it as is without putting a penny. Maybe I'm gonna put $10,000 or $20,000 in the building, okay? Compared to hundreds of thousands. It's gonna stay, and I'm gonna feel bad about it because I like my buildings to look nice, okay? But it's gonna stay the way it is because I'm gonna change my point of view and I'm gonna look at this only business, okay? Nothing from my guts, When I build the building, I do it from my guts. And so the 2-bedroom for me is out of the question. There are over 10 or 12 businesses over there without a single parking lot. The neighbor has a problem. It's not me. It's not going to be my people. You know why he has a problem? Maybe because other people parking over there or doing whatever. It's not because of the lack of parking on the street. It's just because it's easy. There is a huge parking lot. Let's park over there. My lot over there right now, I let people park. I like to help people, but people park. You can see 5 spots, but they don't want their car to get scratched or something, so they go on my lot. It's my responsibility to police it, If you want to police, I can make, whatever a bet. If I go to his lot, I can show you 10 spots available on the street, but 10 other people parking on his lot because it's most convenient. It looks like a big lot. You should put a sign and police his place if there is a problem, okay? It's not going to come from my business. I'm not going to put a McDonald's over there. I'm not putting a bar over there. People are not going to park. It's all small businesses. I have nail salon next to me. I have a grocery store. I have a daycare. A daycare, how much traffic it brings? Nobody has a problem. People still take their kids over there. So going back to, I'll take my chances. I'm not a gambler, but in here, it's numbers game right now. If you guys are shooting to me revising and spend another thousands of dollars putting new plans showing that I'm doing 2 apartments, I don't want 2 apartments. It will not be done, If I'll do 3 and come back to you and you're gonna tell me, Rafi, the parking. So it's the same story again. I'm trying to get 4 apartments. I can guarantee you that. And like I said, anything you want on this building gonna be done. I'll make it the most beautiful building in the neighborhood, period. It's gonna be new parking lot, new everything, new landscaping, everything is new. And it's a corner lot, it's important. If I cannot do what I want to do, it doesn't pay, It doesn't pay for me to put 2 apartments on top to get $1,500, $1,600 a month. I do the numbers. It's gonna take me 12 years to get the investment compared to the fact that I can get it in 2 weeks. I'm gonna pull permits to do new sidewalks, fix what I have to fix, paint the building, and put a tenant inside and goodbye. Triple net, you deal with everything, I don't want to do it. I rather have the most amazing building on the block and just do it right. And so my request to you guys is to bear with me. And as far as the parking, I hear the opinions, also the other advisor that I agree with him. People leave in the morning, if people come in during the day, they can park over there. dropping off. You want to put a condition of what kind of businesses? I want to occupy the place, you know? I will not, anyone that's going to come and rent, going to ask me, what about parking? I'm going to tell him street parking. You're going to look at everything, going to say, why? Maybe I can have here 3-4 parking spots during the day, you know? So I can either have my business there, I can have my medical supply there because it's me and my secretary, or I want to have a Burger King in here and I need 50 parking lot. Your property doesn't work for us. So that's the way I'm looking at things. The architectural, again, whatever you want, the answer is yes. But I want to know that if I meet all your conditions and I'm coming back, it's going to be a yes. I love Mr. Mileto and I love Mr. Mariansky, but I don't like to write them checks for nothing, you know? If I'm going again the whole route and I'm getting a no, it doesn't pay. So I'll take my odds, you know? You want to deny it? I'm just telling you, the building stayed the same way it is. It's been there like for 40 years. It's going to stay like this for 40 years. I'll do what I have to do for me as a landlord, liability-wise, and that's the end of it. I'm not putting a penny in the building, and I'm getting the same money that I'm getting on 2 apartments. You want to go and meet in the middle and give me 3 apartments, and we can take it from there. And then, you know, I have other buildings. Usually in a building like this with 4 apartments, beside the nighttime that you might find 6-7 cars, during the day, you're going to find a car or 2 over there. Okay. And at night, Broughton is completely empty, the street. Okay. Also during the day, I never had a problem. Never, ever had a problem. And I'm there every day. So you tell me which route you want me to go. And I do agree with the attorney that it's not going to be fair that I'm going to put all those plans and pay people and get a no. If the parking is a problem, so it's we cannot resolve it. So it's a no. If it's not the parking and we can work something out, so let's do it. If it's a 3 apartments I can do. No problem. I can do that. I can do 3 apartments. But going down to 2, it's very borderline for me and it's not gonna work. I would prefer 4 apartments and make it, you'll see the building at the end. If you approve it, you're gonna say, you know what? This guy did not stood behind his word, as simple as that. You know, when I build something, I do it right. That's all I have to say. Now it's your call. I'm in your hands, and whatever you decide, no hard feelings. Even if you say no, it's gonna be another commercial, excuse my friends, another shitty commercial property I have. I'm gonna make the same money like having 2 apartments. I'm not putting hundreds of thousands and goodbye, you know? I just paint it and in and out.
Mr. Chairman.
I know how to do that. I don't want to do it.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Prince.
Notwithstanding Mr. Golan's concerns, for me, the issue is still with the parking. I don't know when the zoning of that area changed or that zone changed, but the building itself and its use is a pre-existing. So it never met the new, or it does not meet the new and current standard. If the current standard stands, for me, the issue is still the parking. If he chooses to put in 1, 2, or no structure, that's his concern. But the issue is the parking, and by him bringing in a 2-story building with more tenants, as well as having a commercial space there, he does not meet the requirements.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prince. Other thoughts?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Ms. Brown.
I agree with Mr. Prince. This is a grandfathered piece of property. It doesn't meet the zoning requirements now. If he wanted to make amendments to the property, it doesn't even come close to meeting the parking requirements. I will wait to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but the applicant has said that he doesn't mind not doing anything. So he's not expressed any negative impact for doing nothing. So at this point, I don't know why the board would agree to do something that's out of compliance with the zoning requirements.
But by the way, the building is conforming now. You can have a commercial building,
Yep.
standalone commercial building. He has sufficient parking. He's got 10 spaces for 1,500 square feet. So to me, I don't know what you mean when you say that it's grandfathered. It's a permitted use.
Okay,
And it's
corrected.
so it's a perfectly permitted, perfectly permitted commercial building.
Mr. Rubin, if I may, if the building with the apartments up on top, with 3 apartments, I guess it depends upon how many bedrooms Mr. Golan's talking about. 3 apartments, each
I
of 2.
believe that 3 apartments would be,
If you had 3 apartments, one is a 1-bedroom, one and 2 others are 2 bedrooms? Is that
well,
what
I
we're
think
talking about?
I think the third, the one, if you had a 3rd bedroom on that 3rd floor, a 1 unit on a 3rd floor, I think that would be more likely a 3-bedroom. I mean, that's
So what we're talking about here, okay, so what is the number of parking spaces for a 1-bedroom, a 2-bedroom, and a 3-bedroom apartment on that site?
I think it'll be 6.
And his lot
Accommodates 8.
accommodates 8. And
The retail is 7.
theoretically, one of them he could have for the owner of the store, okay, reserved. And he would have 1 extra, let's put it that
Correct.
way.
Which in theory could be the ADA space.
Right, okay. And it's 1,000 square foot. I would like to know what other businesses
I'm saying
rise
1,000.
1,000 square feet, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it's likely going to be a convenience store at 1,000 square feet or something like that, which is 150. I mean, 1 per 150, which is at 1,000 square feet, assuming he loses 500 square feet for the garbage area in the rear.
Mhm.
That's 7 spaces. And there would be 2 spaces, including the ADA space, or if an ADA, I mean, there's no elevator in this building, so I don't know how it could be. It's not ADA accessible, and I don't know anything about that. So, so basically there would be 1 commercial space or 2 commercial spaces.
Okay.
I think that's still insufficient and contrary to the professional advice. Regarding density. So I don't know why.
No.
we
It
tried
meets the
to-
density. You cannot argue density. The 3 units meets density.
He's
You
meeting
cannot
density.
say that
Okay.
that's a density problem.
Well,
No.
it is still a parking problem, and I don't know why. If
The only-
the
the only-
property is operating according to the regulations now, and I don't know that we need to invite.
I think the only issue here is with 3 units in it, the only issue would be the parking for 1,000 square foot store. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not the only issue, though. You still have the garbage and all the other problems, which we can't design
the
the
garbage-
solution here.
I thought the garbage was, that would be worked out with Mr. Marucci with the.
Well, no. What we're asking for here is to allow the applicant to go back and implement all the changes that you recommend,
Mhm.
provided he gets direction that what he does isn't going to end up coming back and getting picked apart. That's all we're asking for here. He can make changes to the plan that will show the garbage area. He can make changes to the plans that shows all the concerns that Marucci has. He can put windows if you want him to. He can do all those things, but he can't meet the parking. So if you're going to give him direction to come back and change the plans, say, look, we think that there's sufficient parking if you do 3 units and there's 2 extra spaces for the commercial, so there's 1 for the owner. We think that's okay. Tell him that. If you don't think that's okay, tell him that and vote.
Well, that's what I was.
Do
That's
something.
that's what I was asking you, and putting it that way, I I would have a positive, I would go for this.
Go
That's
for what,
my
though?
opinion.
Go for what?
3 units. He has sufficient parking for all of the residential. He has his ADA spot in there, okay? He has 1 spot commercial for the owner of the 1,000 square foot commercial space. And we would, I guess, a variance would have to be granted for the parking.
For the D3, a D3 deviation for the number of parking spaces would
spaces.
be the relief plus the lot coverage, whatever that works out to be, depending on how.
That would be, that relief, I wouldn't have a problem with.
Okay, so what we're suggesting and saying is that we're going to approve this, but he has to meet those requirements that you just laid out.
That it will be 3 units with this, however he wants to break them up, that there'd be 6 required spaces for the residential, 8 spaces on site. The other, you have 1 ADA space and 1 devoted to the commercial owner. And he does all the changes, puts the windows in and does all the changes that Mr. Marucci's
Curbing
concerned
and all
about.
that
Puts
other
columns in underneath the cantilever to change that aesthetic, and puts some drainage in and puts the parking in and, does the curbing instead of the fencing, etc.
And the 3 residential units would be arranged in such a way they demand no more than 6 parking.
Well, the way I figure it is a 1-bedroom is 2 spaces, is 1.8 spaces. A 2-bedroom is 2 spaces, and a 3-bedroom is 2.1 spaces.
Or I can do 3 twos.
That equals 6.
I can do either 3 twos or whatever you decide. I can do 3 twos. And let me just again emphasize, and Barbara, the concerning you bringing up, I absolutely agree with them. But if I'm keeping 2 spots, plus let's think theoretically, the parking lot not going to be full all day long when the business is there. I'm not going to bring a McDonald's and it's self-regulated, Barbara. Nobody going to rent something that's not going to work for him. I'm not going to tell him, hey, you have 50 parking spots, go park here, go park there. I tell him, this is what you have. You can live with it or not. And I know what can fit. If somebody going to come to me and going to say, hey, I want a pizza place with 10 tables inside, I'm going to tell you it's not going to work for you. People gonna be upset. My neighbor is gonna be upset. I will not even try and market this place. Most likely, what's gonna be over there is a small local business that people in and out, 1 stop, 2 stops. That's it.
Mr. Golan, let me just say 2 things to that. One, I think you'd be very happy if a pizza joint went in that place. I think it would be a great tenant for that neighborhood. Secondly, what I would suggest if the board follows through with this is that the parking spaces be assigned, so that you have 6 parking spaces assigned for 2 for each of the units, or however they're distributed if you have 2 bedrooms, and then you have 1 space that's assigned that says commercial tenant space. And then you have the ADA space, so that the only people who park on site, and then you put a little sign up in the entranceway that says parking for tenants only, right at the entranceway, so that outsiders know that they can park there. And it doesn't matter who the tenants are. It doesn't matter whether they're residential or commercial, because it's for the tenants only. And I think that might, I don't know, I'm not going to say what works and doesn't work, but that's a solution.
Any condition you put, I'm doing it. We are not asking about building another 50 stories building. Any condition, I'm standing behind it. And Barbara, you'll see, it's going to be a beautiful building. I'm going to build something very, very nice and unique with your permission, of course. You'll see. There is no question asked about the quality of it. At the very end, I'll invite all of you. You come and see it. You're going to say, this is beautiful. And plus, I will not impact the neighborhood. We're not gonna have 50 cars coming in and out. It's not like something like this. There is a coffee shop next to me that is busy. There is a pizza place next to me that is busy. There is a daycare, and not a problem. I'm there every day. I understand the concerns, but I'm there every day. I see exactly what's going on. So let's reduce 1 unit and accomplish it with, I love the idea of the windows. I did not like the facade. As simple as that. He told me it's a code thing. If I can do it by code, I'll make it, nobody even noticed there is commercial over there. It's gonna look so, it's gonna be the most beautiful building on this block, as simple as that. Very, very simple. And with your permission, now the ball is in your hands, whatever you decide, I'm with you.
Board, we can suggest to the applicant to come back with all the changes that were discussed tonight and the key issues of no more than 3 apartments. And we think that we would probably possibly accept 8 parking spaces, or we can say, let's vote tonight. So
I want to vote tonight before I do all the plan. I'm telling you, everything, any condition, I'm gonna meet. As simple as that. Any condition.
we can't vote tonight. We need revised plans. That's not gonna happen. If we vote tonight, you get voted down.
Yeah, what they're trying to do here sir, is to give you the direction so that you could follow and present them with something which they are basically telling you that if you do these things, you have the votes. So
Okay.
that's what we're doing here. We're probably going further than we should, but we've spent an hour and a half on this and we got to end it somehow. Okay?
Understood.
So what I mean by a vote tonight is most likely no.
Can,
If
Mr.
the
Chairman, can we
board,
in it?
well, hold on. If the board says that, well, we think that if you make all the other changes that we discussed and reduce to 3 apartments and have 8 spaces, that we would probably accept that if you came back.
I'll take
That's
your
where we're
word.
at.
I appreciate it. I'll take your word and I'm doing it. As simple as that. You have the revised plans with all the notes, period. As simple as that.
So we can take a straw poll on the board on this matter.
Yes, that's what I was gonna suggest. Can we take a straw poll on this? I
Mr.
would
Ballmer.
look favorably upon this application if what we talked about, 3 units, the 8 parking spaces, the
And everything
ADA
else.
as one of them. I'd look favorably upon this.
All right.
I'm not sure because there's a lot of concerns about how the whole project was rolled out with down to the granularity of saying there's no basement. Oh, I'm 6'2", I can walk in the basement. I don't know if we lay out these parameters, if we're going to get something that we're happy with. And I understand that we're hoping for the best and we're giving guidance, but this is more than a leap of faith. There's been a lot of
We're
inconsistent-
requiring them, hold on. We would require them to come back with complete plans showing the basement.
Okay.
That's the
Yeah,
whole
that's
deal.
all. That's
If
all.
He doesn't
That-
want, he doesn't
that
want
has
to
to
do
be.
that.
No, I
without
will.
Some,
I will.
I've just heard a lot of vacillating. I'll do this, I
Yeah.
won't do this. And
No.
it's been a cause of a pause. I'm pausing because I'm trying to really calibrate
Right.
what
I
the
agree.
value proposition is here.
I will agree with you. There was some information that was missing that could have been put on these plans to make things a lot clearer and maybe a little easier. But considering what Mr. Rubin has said and what the applicant has suggested as well, since it will be containing the parking on lot and he will have adequate parking with the 3 units on the lot, I can reach and go with that compromise.
I would like to hear Mr. Mariansky's comments on this.
well, hold on. We're bored.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who wants to speak next?
I can add some thoughts. I mean, I think it concerned me a bit that the block is striped yellow and it's right in front of a bus stop. So anyone going northbound is essentially we're pushing the traffic onto the next block, which is the R1 zone. I think by reducing it down and assigning the spaces, I think that it doesn't solve it, but it mitigates it, and I think that's acceptable. It would be acceptable in my eyes.
All right. Who else?
I have a question. What did we not hear from our own expert that they recommended not to have a 3rd story?
True. But
So for
as
that
Mr.
reason, I don't know why we have to take the condition that it would be 3 stories. We could also make a recommendation that they come back with a 2-story solution which may not please the applicant in this moment, but in the long run might be beneficial to the scope and scale of that neighborhood.
The problem
And-
is that the neighborhood permits the third
Right.
story and permits the third unit.
Right.
That's the problem you're facing, is
Okay.
that the height is not an issue. It's permitted in the zone. The density at 3 units is not an issue. It's permitted. So the only question then becomes the parking. So if the parking is satisfactory, given the rearrangement that has been discussed, then I don't understand what the objection
Okay.
is.
I'm appreciating your taking a minute to explain that again. Thank you.
And
Who
that's what I
else?
was going to say. A little less succinct than what he just said.
I mean, I guess there is some concern that we're prescribing it so granularly. And I do go back to concern about,
What does that
You're
mean, granularly? Fill me in on this.
I don't know, usually we hear an applicant and we decide we're going to accept it or not. We don't normally give this level of specificity with how they should build something out to come back. It's okay. I understand. I'm taking the
Ms.
guidance.
Brown, Ms. Brown, I want you to reflect upon a house that was built on a corner lot where we spent hours and hours and hours talking about front porches.
Yes.
Hours and hours and hours redesigning this house with front porches. So I don't think that this is all that unusual for this
You're
board
right.
to sit here and explain to the applicant what they want that will be satisfactory to them to get them to vote favorably for an application. Okay?
All right. So, Ms. Brown, are you for the compromise or not?
Hmm. It's tough.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just point out, there was some comments and some concern about somehow not seeing all the details, or that this was somehow, they were uncomfortable with the way this was presented, but everything will be in black and white on the plans. If this is adjourned, if this is carried and we submit the revised plans, everything will be in black and white before you and the board's experts to review before it's decided upon. So there will be no concerns, no strings left, nothing left hanging. You'll be able to.
No phantom doors.
No phantom doors, no questions. Everything will be before you in black and white. So I think that
was a concern of mine also. I mean, I was, quite honestly, I was to the point I was going to call the chairman to just dismiss this application on lack of not evidence, but lack of
clarity.
Facts. Yeah.
Clarity of the facts.
Always there, but I guess the process of going to 11:45 is working out.
You know, and the applicant appreciates that. Believe me, this is above and beyond what the board has done here and given us guidance, and we appreciate that. The only concern was that we would be wasting time and making revisions and come back for nothing. But if that's not the case, we'll make whatever changes you want and put it all in black and white. You'll have the opportunity to review it, and there will be no concerns about any phantom doors.
I just want to say, I do respect Ms. Brown's concern over this, and I do, respect your opinions and, and the difficult decision you have to make now. Okay. So I just want to throw that 50 cents in.
All right.
And I'd just like to say the board taking all this time, and this is the best of what the board does with working with an applicant and making changes and compromises. This benefits everyone, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Johnson, are you there? Mr. Johnson.
No, Mr. Johnson just informed me through an email that he had to drop out of the phone call because he has something going on at 8 a.m. and has to be there at 6:30 in the morning. So,
That's great.
well,
You let him do that?
I'm sorry.
You let him drop out like that, Nicole?
I have no choice.
Uh,
I'm about to drop out. So,
Who
So I
haven't
guess,
I
Mr.
heard
Chairman-
from?
Ms.
Oh.
Nazarian,
Ms. Nazarian, are you in favor of the compromise or do you want to vote tonight?
I don't believe she's with us any longer either.
I think at this point, Mr. Chairman, we could request, the applicant can request an adjournment to the next meeting,
correct. She's not on either.
and we will submit
That's great.
revised plans to accommodate all the changes that the board has, and the board's experts has suggested, and let the board decide at the next
All
meeting.
right, all right. And remember that 3 members are up for reappointment, so I don't know who will be here voting. So just so that we're, above board. All right, board, may I have a motion to adjourn, whatever number this is? I'm getting punch drunk here.
25.
25 Broughton Avenue to the regular meeting of January 27th, 2022.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Prince moves. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mr. Belnicki seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Hearing no one opposed, 25 Broughton adjourned to the 27th of January. No further notice is required.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and
You're welcome.
members for your patience.
Thank you and good night, everybody. Long
Good
night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Any
night.
other business,
Night.
board?
I have
Make
some.
a-
No?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second it.
Mr. Prince seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing no one opposed, we are adjourned. Thank you, board. Have a
Good
good
night,
evening.
everyone.
Happy holidays. Merry
Aye.
Happy
Christmas.
You too.
holidays.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Everybody.